What's up, everyone? Wow, look at that. Already people in the chat. Amazing. Oh, we got a show for you tonight. Is it a good one? I don't know. This will probably be the best show you've ever seen. After tonight's show, you're going to be like, damn, why do I watch any other program? I should just watch Rob's show when he's live and then go back and watch Rob's old shows when he's not live. Brilliant. Brilliant. It's a brilliant strategy. It's great to see so many familiar faces. Kokomo, AB, Josh, Zris, Jess White, Joseph Romano, Jack, Mikey, Kurt, and everyone else. Thank you. Sempar, did I let you out? You were like the only person whose name I didn't say. What a dick move, right? Everybody but Sempar. How are you? The whole show. Amagad. We're going to say everyone's name. Ashton. No. Thank you all for being here tonight. We're going to leave it to a little audience choice here on Labor Day, the Labor Day evening show. There's a couple options. I have a debate pulled up that I could analyze. It's one I haven't seen and I have almost no interest in, which I thought actually might be interesting because most of the times when I'm reviewing debates, I at least pretty much know what the debate's going to be, and I'm familiar with the arguments, and I'm familiar with the participants to some degree. This one, not so much. And so we'll talk about that in a second. Also, there is a panel going on over on Share Tomato Show about birth rates. I'm not quite sure what about them, but we can hop on there. And then there's a lot of stories that, I'm going to have to talk about sooner or later, so it might as well be today if you like. About Israel, about Ghislaine Maxwell's dad being connected to Mossad, and Alex Stein on Tim Pool's show flipping out about it. I don't know, Jack. I think Alex is kind of funny, but teach their own. So we'll leave the audience decide. I cannot. Have you ever had this problem? I cannot regulate the temperature to a way that I find comfortable tonight. I don't know what it is. The lefties are dominating over at Tomato Show. I don't know. I don't have a bunch of strong arguments about birth rates, to be quite clear. But that's sad if the lefties are dominating. Maybe I should go over and... I mean, I would think the people that talk about the birth rates all the time, they're not a little prepared. You would think they'd be a little more prepared. I'll click in real quick. I don't know. Well, if people want me to head over there, I could go over and smack some people. No, I don't need a box fan. I have an air conditioner. It's just I can't. I'll turn it on and I'm like, I'm a little chilly. Then I turn it off and after 5 minutes, I'm like, it's a little warm. It's not too bad either way. But anyways, I've had a very good Labor Day. When you last left me, if you're night shift crew and didn't watch the day shift today, my son Hank, we were at the family reunion yesterday, my wife's side, and they were playing a game where there were like prizes hidden in sand, and some kid accidentally threw sand right in his eyes and face, and he just had so much sand in his eyes. So he spent all day, he was hurting, and he's been much better today. He's been in a much better mood. His eyes seem clear, so that's a blessing. I'm glad that didn't affect him in a negative way too much. So I've been in a good mood, and me and him got to sit on the couch and we watched Monsters University. He snuggled up next to me and we watched that. That was fun. So I'm in a good mood, regardless of, the news cycle. To be quite frank, being a little boring on the sort of things that I talk about. But not boring if you hate Israel or if you love Israel, I guess. Boring for a non-interventionist like me, I guess, that thinks both sides do shitty stuff. We should just not be involved. But there you have it. That's where we're at. Did I punch the other kid? No, I shouldn't even say this, but irrationally, I wanted to just pick up a handful of sand and just throw it as hard as I could right in this kid's face. Not going on Wick's panel. Not happening. I don't work with Wick. If Wick's on a debate, the photos of Trump, is that what we're talking about there? Wang Chung? Who knows? Maybe Trump has passed away, huh? My guess, I think it's fair to, I don't think that he passed away. He could have, but I don't think that's what's going on. There's probably something going on there. Whether it be, some planning for something going on, some military strike, or he's very sick, feeling under the weather. I don't know. I choose to not give a shit what the people that covered up Biden's health have to say about the whole thing. It's surreal watching people like, oh my goodness, we haven't seen Trump for 3 or 4 days, from people that basically were fine with Joe Biden being a human vegetable. Yeah, he could just be off for Labor Day. That's true too. So, I don't know. I'm not really commenting on it because what is there to say? If you don't see him here by the end of the week, then I would say, now there's something to talk about. Did Joe Biden disappear for 4 days? More than that, Lloyd Austin just disappeared for surgery. No one knew. Joe Biden literally was a human vegetable pretty much his entire administration. Not only was he not around when it came to taking impromptu press corps things, but worse than that, when he was around, it was clear that he was a human vegetable and no one gave a shit. You know what happened to me when I was a kid? I can't recall getting sand thrown. I can't recall getting sand thrown in my eyes or anything of that nature. But those snaps that you get around the 4th of July, to the little paper thing with rocks and sawdust and they snap when you throw them on the ground, right? I was playing with my cousins who were all older than me, and we were hitting each other with them. They don't hurt that bad, to be honest, right? So it's not a big deal. But my cousin Eric, who's 5-6 years older than me, is a 1 in a million shot, man. It had to be 10 feet away. And I'm running, maybe I'm 10 years old. And he throws this snap at me, and it literally went in my fucking ear and snapped in my ear. And that sucked. Yeah, the little popper things. We call them snaps. But the little gravelly shit that's in it got all up in my ear, and we had to flush it out. But boy, did that hurt. So I had that happen. It was a total freak accident. My cousin felt terrible, but it was literally and I begged and begged to play with them. They're all teenagers, and they hit me in the foot with one. They're like, does that hurt too much? I was like, no. And most of the time they bounce off your clothing. They don't even snap, but there you go, one right in the ear. So, that happened. Super glue. Yeah, I bet that does suck in the eye. Blasterbot, $20 says, just hopped over from Sarah Tomato. My thought on the Trump thing, he just took a vacation to golf for a bit. Is that what they're talking about over there? Hey, Blasterbot, don't leave yet. First off, thank you so much. Limit 2 per hour. Here's number 1. Thank you so much. $20.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's sword.
All right. Blasterbot won the other day the top dono of the day, and a good friend of the show, Emmett, who made me this pixel art right there. Check that out. Oh, yeah. he offered whoever had the top dono of the night to make a pixel art design of their request. And that is finished. Blasterbot was the winner, and that's finished. So, Blasterbot, what we'll need from you is some sort of email or something of that caliber. And I can send you what he requested was a paladin riding on a dinosaur. And here it is. There it is. Pretty badass, man. I'm impressed. So thank you, Emmett. And we'll make sure Blasterbot gets that. Yeah. So Blasterbot, DM me or something, your email. And yeah, we'll get that over to you. But damn, I thought it was cool as shit, man. Animated and all. So thank you to Emmett and congratulations, Blasterbot. Yeah, anytime, man. No hurry. You can get on my Discord. It sort of does remind me of Golden Axe, too. I love that game. I play Golden Axe with my son. He calls it the beat 'em up game. Pretty cool. So, anyways, we're going to get the show started here. We'll leave the audience decide what we're going to do. First off, what we're going to do is we're going to raise 357. I screwed it up. Dollars. Yes, that's the goal this evening, is in most evenings. So let's get to that goal tonight and we'll call it a successful night. Otherwise, it'll be a big bummer. No one wants to have a big bummer. We'll limit the whip songs and all that shit until hour 3 into the show. So here's potential things I had to talk about. There's a hodgepodge of topics I could talk about surrounding immigration, the Maryland man, Garcia, things of that nature. There's a lot of shit going on overseas. It looks like maybe we're seeing signs of life from the English that are finally standing up to the mass importation. Probably too little, too late. We don't know if it'll go anywhere, but there are signs there. We could talk about that. The UN has declared Israel's war with Palestine a genocide. Then we could talk about that. Then we have sort of this meltdown that Alex Stein had on Tim Pool's show. I don't think Tim was there. But about Ghislaine Maxwell's dad being connected to Mossad. So we could cover that clip. It's like 10 minutes. It's kind of funny. I don't know how much I have to add to it. But I also have a debate pulled up that I could review. And that was on Sarah Tomato's channel. And the reason that I picked this debate was I know nothing about it. And it's sort of a topic that I could theoretically go both ways on. And that was a debate from the other night. It is autocracy is better than democracy for society. And Ivan, who I don't know, is, I believe, defending autocracy, or at least I don't think I know. And Eucharist, who I've seen on 1 or 2 panels but don't know very well, would be defending democracy. And I thought it might be interesting. I know nothing of this debate. I don't have I can actually understand the arguments on both sides. Just to quiet, Jesse Rosenfeld. Just to give you a brief rundown on what my take on that is. I think that the more you get to autocracy, it could potentially be both the best and worst system of governance. So the best system of governance is probably a benevolent, genius, competent dictator who really is a good person, who's really smart, really great at picking a team, really great at delegating. But that would also be the worst system of government, because if you get an evil person or if you get an imbecile, shit could fall apart very quickly. So, Bagheera, thanks so much. $5 says the show's a pure success already because your shirt is still not ironed, which I support 100%. Hell yeah, once it's on, what's the point? Thank you, Bagheera. Also, be remiss if I didn't say Ashton, member for 3 months, says thank you for giving the best content for the whip. Thank you. So, Palestinian simp on a blimp. Debate wasn't, unless someone else has a different debate they would like me to review. I just thought that would be I was looking for stuff and I was like, I would like to review a debate of something that I haven't some people I don't know. That way, I really don't have a bias. And I thought that was a neutral enough topic that I thought I could adjudicate it sort of fairly. Um, Hank is doing great. His eyes are much better. He was in a very good mood all day. So, very good. Thank you so much for asking. Really appreciate it. But what should we do? How about we put a poll up? We won't leave this be an autocracy. We'll let it be a democracy. Hurrah! Why not? So let's put a poll up. We'll leave the poll go for like 10 minutes. All right, poll on YouTube. That's where you'll have to go if you want to vote. Start a poll. I type slow. Can you use an ampersand? Oh, yeah. All right, there we go. Thank you, FDNY. $2 says, Patrick, bet David, Jubilee debate. Not possible. So, for those that don't know, Jubilee is amongst the most aggressive channels out there at advocating for complete and utter removal and community strikes of any channel that uses their content. So, to even play a 30-second clip, if someone from Jubilee finds out you use that material, they will not just ask for your channel to be demonetized, that video. They will advocate for a community strike. So it is impossible to play clips from Jubilee. That's just a lesson you have to learn the hard way. Yes, they will stop your live stream midstream. So you can't do that. But thank you so much for the suggestion. So the poll is up there. We had 30 votes. Alex Stein meltdown on Timpool. Way ahead. Surprises me. But that's fine. We'll leave it up for like 10 minutes. FD, again for $2 says, bastards. Okay, I understand. Yeah, no problem, man. I would have loved. I thought that was an excellent thing. Did Jake's channel get nuked? Not to my knowledge. Did that happen? Let me check real quick. I don't think so. But I'm not in the loop. Let's see. The last I of him live streaming was 7 days ago with that feminist debate that we covered. But I know he's done the extravaganza since then, so I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you. More votes than likes. Boo! Yeah. But yeah, that Jubilee of PBD is pretty good. Yeah, Alex could spurg out. That's certainly true. I don't mind it most of the time. Oh, look, Marilyn commented on my video debating Marilyn. Nice. There's some inception, debate inception. Yeah, I think Alex is pretty funny. Alex has always been a decent guy to me, too. A lot of people want to hear about Alex Stein. It's a non-issue. Let's win in with 50% of the vote. How about that? Tomorrow night, I am supposed to be doing an event over on the Politics Discord. The nature of it will be it'll be on a guest room with the owners Beyond Red and Blue, who will be hosting the event. The nature of it will be basically I'll go on. I'll be advocating loosely. I told them I'll debate whatever the fuck they want, but loosely I'll be saying Democrats are getting what they deserve with him being investigated and charged for crimes under the Trump administration. And then I don't know what the format is. It's going to start around 10 p.m. Eastern. So right when I start streaming, and we'll just bring on lefty after lefty for me to crush. And we'll do it all night, baby. So that'll be some fun debate content, smacking around lefties there. Can't wait. Should be fun. But I did tell them that they could take the topic wherever they want. So I don't care. Whatever someone wants to yell at me about. Last time I did one of these, people were talking about like electric cars and shit. But whatever, I'll talk about whatever. I'm a pretty good debater. I think I'll be all right. Heck, I was even debating religion this week, which is pretty rare for me. But Will Wolfter, $5 says, would you ever help a follower on debate prep review if they ask? Yeah, I've done it before. Sure. Just let me know if I have time. Absolutely. Mikey, member for 3 months, says, I prefer your debates over Andrew's. Keep it up. Thanks, Mikey. Different styles for different folks, but yeah, I appreciate it. To Gooch, $10 for the grift. Not one step back. Absolutely. Thank you guys so much. I debated God and won. Naughty Germ, thank you so much for the $5. Really appreciate it. Always so consistent. I would stream debate prep preview. Yeah, that's fine. We could do that if people want. Fine by me. I have helped. So it depends, right? I would not stream debate prep unless the person I was prepping allowed that. And there's a risk to that. There's a risk. The person you're debating might watch. So, how much to make me root for the Kansas City Chiefs all season? A one-time donation of $5,000, and I'll root for the Chiefs all season. Like, legitimately root for them. And I would be good at it, too. Did I ever help Ted Cruz or Bernie Sanders for debates? No, they asked. Cheap sellout. I don't really give a shit about football much anymore, if I'm totally honest. I'm a Steelers fan, but, what do I give a shit? Yeah, Senpar, ATS homie. Yeah, I miss ATS. Good times. Really, I thought that I actually did more research. Would the Saints be cheaper? Yes. The Saints I'd give you for $2,500 for a one-time donation. Absolutely. As long as I was allowed to root for the Steelers as a backup. But I would, if they play or if they meet in the playoffs, I would absolutely cheer for the Saints. Thanks, Guitarist 035. Appreciate it. Says, here's for all you do, Rum. Keep owning the progressives. I try. Yeah, there's a problem with stream sniping. Now, I honestly, when I debated in college, I didn't give a shit. I was fine with people knowing what my argument would be. Have at her. Most of the time, it psychs people out. All right. I think that's it. We have 84 votes, and we only have 123 people watching. And the Alex Stein meltdown is up 50%, so I don't think it's going to lose. So we might as well jump in, right? I don't think there's a point in waiting. Let's do it. Thank you so much for the votes, everyone. We shall give the audience what they like. Works for me. All right. So now it's a topic that I don't particularly like covering that much. It's, I guess, tangentially connected to the other topic. But I was asking around today, and I was like, what's going on in the news? It's Labor Day. It's a weekend news cycle, so there's not a lot going on, you know? And overseas shit is where it's at. You got this England shit kicking off. Then you got the UN declaring that Israel's committing genocide. Then you got this Alex Stein stuff, which is, again, connected to the Israel stuff about Ghislaine Maxwell's father. So, it is what it is. Wagira, $5 says, Rob, keeping his sports teams local. That's hard sometimes. Respect. Man, Pirates, man. They've sucked my whole life. And Will Wolfter, $5 says, I have a debate tomorrow at 9 p.m. with Destiny follower names Rinyald, who's been on Tomato and debated you. Up to you if you got time tomorrow. DM me. Hit me up. I usually am streaming between 12 and 2:30. And then I pick up my son at 3. And then I'll probably hang out with him. But if you catch me in between dinner, it's like 5 p.m. and 9 p.m. I should be able to help you out some. But yeah, I'd be happy to, Will. Or you could call in tonight if you want. Last thing, what are your thoughts on Taylor Wren's article about all the independent progressives taking dark money? I don't know. Taylor Wren sucks ass. It's probably terribly sourced, and so I'm not going to take it at face value. Some of the people responded and said, look, we announced that we were working with the group. To me, it's similar to the Tenet Media scandal. Like, I think that you're obligated to announce if you're taking money. Are you obligated to know exactly where it's coming from? Like, I'm an employee of the Crucible, right? Let's say hypothetically. I don't think this is the case, because I think you could see Andrew's making a ton of money with the Crucible. He's gaining a lot of ground. But hypothetically, what if it came out that I'm getting paid via the Crucible and the Chinese government's paying Andrew Wilson and told Andrew, hey, hire a team, to help with arguments that will eventually, would I be a shitbird because I didn't hyper investigate exactly where all this money's coming from? I don't think so. And yes. So I'm transparent. I'm being paid. That's one. And second, though, what if the second question is, even if you say you're getting paid, what if the money's dark money? It's coming from places you don't know. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the super chats I get on here are dark money. I don't, some of the people I know, but a lot of them I don't. So the question is, as always, I think it's unethical to be accepting money for something like this and not admitting it. I think that's unethical. But I can't tell you if all of these people, some of them I've heard say, we did admit it. We did admit that we were getting money. That's the issue, as far as I'm concerned. Did you admit that you were taking the money or not? But ultimately, I don't have a problem with streamers getting paid to stream. The unethical nature of it is, one, if you're not admitting that you're getting paid, and second, if you are changing your opinions based on how you're getting paid. Both of those aren't the end of the world. I did not take money from Progressive Victory PAC. I'd have told them to shove that money right up their ass. Instead, they hired good conservatives like Connor. But there we go. So, a lot of Alex Stein haters in here, Alex Stein's been decent to me. I think he's funny sometimes. I think the shtick gets old. It does. And especially if you're like on a debate panel and he's sort of trying to meme his way through it. But, All right. So, here we are. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, someone that follows Timcast more than me. I think Tim's ill, perhaps. So I didn't watch this whole clip. I did watch a decent amount of it, but I don't think Tim's here. I think that like Phil Labonte and crew are running Tim's show for him here because Tim may be ill. So there's a little harsh language here. What's going on here? Weird. Okay. But yeah, I mean the nature of this is it has to do with sort of Epstein's connections to Mossad. That's where we're at here. So play what song? Did we get a $20 donation? I missed it. Clicker. Oh, shit. All right, 1 second. Clicker, $20. Space whip. Astronauts once studied whether whips could function in space. They do. But without air, there's no sonic crack. Whip. This is it. Last whip song for the hour. But thank you so much, Clicker. Always appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's sword.
All right, Max Reddick, $5 says Wixon type of guy to plug in his phone at 98%. The bastard! All right, so here's the deal. Let's set the stage for this. I got to get my biases out there. Despite some people in the audience I see saying they don't like Alex Stein, I got to be honest. I think Alex is funny. I think particularly the stuff that he's doing at like when he's speaking at these like city council events, I think's very funny. Some of the shit that he's saying there that I'm still shocked that he gets away with. Pretty fucking funny, some of it. But I understand it's a sense of humor that not everyone's going to get. That's fine. On a personal level, Alex Stein's one of the people that's bigger than me that's always been very generous. He comes on my show frequently when I ask. He's told me anytime I want that I could join his show in his studio, which at some point I never could before because of the nature of my old job. So at some point I probably will fly out there and do Alex Jones' show. And so I like Alex, to be totally honest with you. Again, though, that doesn't mean that I agree with him on everything. And it doesn't mean that stylistically I act the same way Alex does. I don't. And sometimes things could clash. If you're on a serious debate panel and you're on there with someone like Alex Stein, it could be difficult because he's going to probably be joking and memeing his way through, which if you're trying to have a serious discussion, sometimes doesn't always work best. But yeah, did I say Alex Jones? I meant Alex Stein. Alex Jones I like too, but I have no connection to Alex Jones. But yes, I would do Alex Jones' show. As far as the accusation that Alex Stein has no principles, that Pastuccia was saying, and he's switched his, opinion a million times. I don't know about that. Alex is a good guy because he makes you laugh. Great logic. No, Alex is a good guy, I said, because he was good to me. Because he came on my show. He spoke highly of me. He's offered to allow me on his show. He's been decent to me behind the scenes. That's why I said that I think he's a good guy. If you were incapable of hearing that and you thought I said he's a good guy because he makes me laugh, then that's your problem, that you have a problem with listening comprehension, which is fine. I understand that that could be difficult and it's not everyone's strong suit. So totally get it. Now, maybe Alex is an immoral person behind the scenes, just like maybe you are, just like maybe I am, just like maybe every personality that we see online is. That I can't speak for. I don't know what's going on in his personal life. I don't know what you're talking about when you say that he's changed positions a million times. That could be true. I can't claim to watch a lot of his material other than sort of the little skit type things that I see. So it's entirely possible that Alex has waffled on a bunch of serious topics. I don't know. I can't speak for that. He's sort of playing the jester. And I am of the firm belief that all different types are necessary, sort of to approach something, to move the cultural and political needle. So, to Gooch, $10 says, what's your thoughts on Jim Bob destroying Jake's uncle? That was very entertaining. I have no idea what you're talking about. The evolution debate? Is that what you're talking about? That guy's not Jake's uncle, is it? Or is that just some joke I'm on him? I didn't see it. I really didn't. The evolution stuff, I sort of... So anyways, here we go. Let's watch this. We'll get through this. And I'll give my so I'm just telling you I'm biased that I do like Alex. Now I will say from the little bits I've seen, Alex is definitely over the top in this clip. He's definitely fucking wigging out. Like he just is. So forewarning, here we go.
Joe Blow!
Take it down!
No, I just get so mad because you guys are just so, it's just so thick. It's like
Just because we don't agree with you, chill out!
I just want to replay. That's. I'm like, just so you know, Alex gets a little loud here. He kind of gets a little, like, spurgs out a little here, and then we start with this.
Joe Blow!
Take it down!
No, I just get so mad because you guys are just so, it's just so thick. It's like
Just because we don't agree with you, chill out!
Jeffrey Epstein didn't work for Mossad.
Oh, come on.
You think anybody who works for Mossad is going to wear a shirt that says "I work for Mossad"?
Do you know who Ghislaine
You really
Maxwell
think the
is?
Mossad is that thick?
Because you're so smart. Do you know who Ghislaine Maxwell is? Do you know who Ghislaine Maxwell's father is?
What?
Robert Maxwell. You know when Robert...
So, I know some of this, and I've got heat from both sides on this sort of Epstein shit, right? It's entirely possible that Jeffrey Epstein worked for both CIA and Mossad. It could be that they literally were putting him up to getting people in sexualizing, compromising situations, and then filming it, and then blackmailing people. That could be true. It could be that he did not work for the CIA or Mossad. It could be that he worked for them, but more of a money guy and wasn't being paid by them to sexually blackmail people. But once they found out that he was involved in all this shady sex shit, they sort of covered up for him. Any of that shit is possible. Any of it's possible. I don't know. I haven't looked into this deeply. Here's what I do know. I was talking to some people before I came on here today that were saying that they watched the Daryl Cooper interview with Tucker Carlson, and it was saying things like this, and we'll see what Alex gets into here. That Ghislaine Maxwell's dad did work for Mossad. Alex will talk about this. He was given basically an Israeli military funeral, which seems very odd for someone who didn't seemingly have any connections to the Israeli military. In addition to that, Epstein himself was introduced to his job maybe at Bear Stearns by Bill Barr's dad. That I'm vague on, but I do know that Epstein worked prolifically with this Khashoggi guy that was sort of like the money man for Iran-Contra, and he started managing money for him, and then all of a sudden, he starts getting access to these huge accounts from these billionaires, which seems that the best explanation is that Epstein was working as a front or as a money man for the CIA. That's what it seems is likely the case. Now, the connections of Mossad I'm a little more tenuous on. Obviously, there's Ghislaine Maxwell and her dad, but it's entirely possible. Now, I've had people that have called on my show and said there is 100% without a doubt that Epstein worked for Mossad. Mossad's controlling the U.S. government. Mossad threatened to take out Donald Trump and his family. That's why Trump did what he did with the Epstein files, etc. I don't know that I believe all that. Is it possible? I guess it's possible. But I don't know. I'm sorry, did I say Khashoggi? I meant Ehud Barak, yes. But anyways, there you go. That's my limited knowledge of this. But anyways, let's listen to this continue.
Maxwell died. You know what kind of funeral they gave him? They gave him the
Tell me
same
more
sort
from the
of funeral
Groypers. Tell
that
me
you
more
would
from
give it-
Candace Owens, please.
Now, I'll admit, look, you think what you will about Alex Stein, but this shit's frustrating, right? I'm constantly, HN did this to me yesterday, right? I'm just making a point. I mean, again, after HN called me an anti-Semite, then I had people coming on calling me a tiny hat-wearing Zionist. But it's imminently frustrating when you're saying something and people are like, oh, you're an anti-Semite. Oh, you're a Groyper. Oh, you're Candace Owens. Like, go fuck yourself. I'm allowed to make an argument or prove a point. Point I was trying to make yesterday was the idea that, oh, if a government bombed a U.S. ship, we could assassinate their cabinet. Well, how would we have felt if that's what was said when the USS Liberty attack went down? It would have probably been a different take. So Anyways, here we go. It's very aggravating. You can tell Alex is going to get pissed off, and I get pissed too. I don't know that I would have got as animated as Alex does here, but it's, oh, yeah, Kuiper, Candace Owen, give me the take. He didn't say anything that out of control, right? He was just like, Ghislaine Maxwell's dad was connected to Mossad. Like, if he wasn't, if you think that's erroneous, then tell us. Or if you think, okay, yes, but that doesn't prove much, then say that. But to just be like, oh, Candace Owen, Groiper, I mean,
Please,
it's not from Candace Owens. This is why this abroad is so stupid, because this is just open. This is just open information. No, it's not. It's not from Candace. No, it's not from Candace, because when Robert Maxwell died, he was never in the Israeli military, but he got
go back to when you were talking about the map.
Shut up. Let me finish talking. Of course, she's going to use her Jewish magic to try to cancel me.
That's funny. She's going to use her Jewish name. And, you know, I feel that a little mocking is justified in this situation. You know, I think it's funny. I think he's right. You know, she dispensed, oh, you're Groiper, you know, Candace Owens. It's like, yeah, eat shit.
No. Let me finish what I'm saying. Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, Robert Maxwell, when he died, and he fell off a boat in a very weird way. So when he died, he got an official Israeli IDF hero's funeral. The funeral that only a certain person that even lost their life in the line of battle.
Esmeralda Farmer Galbraith, was she involved at all with the government?
No, listen, do not try to derail me from this. I'm trying to talk.
Now, I don't know what that reference is, but Alex is taking this as like, the way Alex says this, it seems that he's implying that she's like, oh, here's this other ridiculous situation. Do you believe that too? And Alex is taking this as like, what? I'm trying to make a serious point here, right? You know, and again, I don't think that Alex has done anything wrong. I mean, yeah, he's being hyperbolic, but here's the thing. It's part of being an entertainer is that you're being a bit of a showman. And this is in Alex's character. Now, am I incorrect? Alex was guest hosting this episode. Is that true? Right? Does anyone know? But I think that's the nature of what's going on. Alex is like the official guest host. I could be wrong. Right. And so, you know what if you're Tim Pool, you know what you're doing having Alex Stein guest host. You know sort of the energy he's going to bring. It's going to be bombastic. It's going to be a little mocking. You know, it's going to be a little funny. Alex and Phil, yeah. So, you know, I think this is to be expected, but it does seem like they're trying to belittle the point. No one's addressing it. Like, if I was going to take the position, I would be like, okay, just because Ghislaine Maxwell's dad was connected to Mossad, fair enough. That doesn't really prove that Jeffrey Epstein was working for Mossad. Okay, interesting. He married a woman who helped participate in these crimes, but it doesn't mean that they were working with Mossad. And even if they were, at what level? What does that mean? Does it mean that they were blackmailing people with this sexual material or anything of that nature? But instead to just like, I can see why Alex would be a little animated here.
About serious stuff.
Because nobody cares.
No, because I have idiots like you that say, oh, there's no connection to Jeffrey Epstein and Mossad.
Look at how emotional you are, Alex.
Shut your mouth for 2 seconds. You just.
And I hate this too. Look at how emotional you are. Like, I hate that argument as well. It's like you want to belittle someone. Oh, Groiper. Oh, Candace Owen. And when someone's like, shut up, broad. Oh, you're emotional. You know? Okay? Like, what do you expect to have happen?
Shut up. This is the thing. Yeah, because I get mad because she's lying. Let me tell you something. Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, but you lie all the time and I don't get mad.
Maxwell, listen, this is not a lie. Jeffrey
because
Epstein.
I have the courage in my conviction.
Let me finish my point.
So I can be calm.
Ghislaine Maxwell, her father worked for Israel. She is now currently in prison for sex trafficking children. Her connection to her father is directly connected to Mossad. Now, people like you are going to lie and say that there's no connection.
You know what that means?
But when you look at Jeffrey Epstein, and you can look this up, when they did a search search of his house. They found that he didn't just have an American passport, he also had an Israeli passport. So if you really do not think that he was not connected with our intelligence agencies and the intelligence agencies of the woman that he was working with to sexually traffic kids, whose father has so much evidence that he was part of Israelis Mossad agency, you're the liar. You're the one that's not connecting the dots when it's so obvious. So I get frustrated when you...
I mean, so here's the thing. I see people saying he's having a meltdown, he's getting emotional. Yeah, it's true, but it's in his nature. It's how he talks. And let's be honest, it's something that I'm prone to do. I don't think this much, but I'm prone to get a little animated when I'm pissed off, when someone keeps interrupting and someone's belittling me. So, but I get it. Maybe it's not best. Maybe it's best to just be analytic and don't freak out as much. Again, I think this is in Alex's character, right? Chia says, you have a problem with his lack of any principles or values. Maybe. Again, I don't know. I don't know exactly what you're saying. Is it because he works for Glenn Beck and the Blaze? My guess is Glenn Beck and the Blaze do not share his rhetoric on Epstein being connected to Mossad. Based on what I know of Glenn Beck, I would find it strange if Glenn's going heavy in on the Epstein Mossad thing. So I don't know. Is there other topics that you think that Alex Stein has switched on his principles since he started to work for the Blaze? I don't know. I have talked to Alex Stein personally on stream, so I'm not like disclosing anything, about sort of what it's like to work for the Blaze. And he has told me there have been times where he said shit where they were like, dude, you got to pull it back a little. But it's not like shit like this. It was like when he was doing the AOC's, the big booty Latina type shit. I don't know. So I get it. There's a case to be had that he's freaking out a little here. I can't really criticize that because that's sort of the stuff that I do sometimes. I don't, Base to Chi, I don't even know what you're talking about. Rob completely misunderstood the comment. It's going to rage out on me. Roast me, I'm here for it. Okay. What are you talking about? Do I sound like I'm on the precipice of raging out? Nonetheless, so we'll continue with this. So, I think he has right to be frustrated, and I think he's made a point. And you could say, I agree with this point, or I don't think this point is what he's saying it is, or I don't think it's as important as he's saying. All of those are potential responses to this, but I don't think that the other people in the room are doing any of that. They're just sort of belittling him. So, I don't know. Just saying I'm belittling you and not really dealing with it in a substantive way. But I'm calm. I'm calm about it. Isn't really an argument to me.
Just sit there and lie and say there's no connection to Mossad.
That you're so sure. I said he didn't work for Mossad.
You don't know that. You have no idea.
You don't know that he does.
Well, there's a lot of dots that are connected, and I know that there's classified levels of information.
Yes, but he's also been connected to other intelligence agencies, not just Mossad. And also, he was he was part of the political class. He was the elites, and there's a whole political class in Israel, just like a deep state, just like in America. And those people were all.
Now, in fairness, I think there's criticism to be had of Alex here. You should leave her finish her point. I think he should. And I think that point she's making there is the first substantive point, which is, but there's a lot of accusations that he's connected to a lot of intel agencies. And that's true. There are allegations. The veracity of, my guess is the best evidence is probably that he had connections to the CIA. I think that's, but after that, I would say Mossad's probably a number 2 that he had connections to. Now, I've also heard accusations that he was maybe connected to other Western intelligence, like MI6 and other places. I just don't know. I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you that I've looked deeply into Epstein's intel connections. I'm not going to do that, especially when it comes to foreign agencies. I thought the evidence, albeit circumstantial, was pretty solid that he had some sort of connections to U.S. intelligence agencies, not the least of which was the FBI agent Cohen that was investigating, or was it Costa? Costa, I think, that was investigating him, claimed that the CIA at one point said, hey, go easy on him. Now, he later retracted that, but nonetheless. But, okay, she's making a point here, and I believe that if I can intuit what her argument would be is, why do you focus on Israel if he's also accused to be connected to these other intel agencies?
Knobbing around, and the only person that he had a connection to in Israel was Ehud Barak.
That's his only connection. Ghislaine Maxwell's dad is Robert Maxwell. How stupid are you? Do you not realize who Robert Maxwell is?
Epstein.
And do you not know Jeffrey Epstein's connected to Ghislaine Maxwell? Are you too stupid to put that together?
So now Alex is definitely going all in on the and listen, I get it. Like, is this over the top? Is it too much? Maybe. But she did start the shit. Now, let me be fair. Let me be totally fair to this woman, who I don't know. Maybe prior to this segment that I'm seeing, maybe they were going at it. Maybe Alex started the mudslinging. But from this little clip that I'm seeing, she started in on him. Oh, what are you going to be, a griper? What are you going to be, Candace Owen? And so now that he's like, you're too stupid, I get it. He's being reciprocal, right? So, for me, it's like, look, that's how I try to act in these debates. I try to be calm and polite, and then if someone starts shit with me, I'm like, fuck you, and I try to reciprocate that energy. So I would be a hypocrite if I said that, this was too much. But it's a stylistic choice, and everybody can take their own takeaway from it, but I don't have a problem with it.
Okay.
No, I just don't know how stupid you are, because you don't think that Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein work together?
This is what I think. I think you should...
Sounds like a retard.
This.
I don't need Tablet Magazine to realize that Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein work together. You don't want to admit that because it connects all the dots and it makes Israel look bad. And then you look at people like Tom Alexandrovich, a pedophile.
No. How can I help?
No, you can't mediate because I'm sick of liars. I'm just sick of liars. Like, you're the type of person when Tom Alexandrovich. No, real quick, Jamie.
Hey, guys, let's.
Well, I just get pissed.
Yeah, just.
And okay, they're trying to lower the temperature. Fair enough. I don't know what that ad was about, but yeah, they're getting. Let's lower the temperature. Let's lower the temperature. And Alex is like, "Fuck you." This. I'm trying to say a point that I think's real, and this chick was insulting me. And fuck that. Lower the temperature, shit. All right.
Bring it down. Just bring it down. Bring it down.
That Jeffrey Epstein didn't work for Mossad. I'm lying.
Yeah, because you're not connecting the dots. You're trying to. It's like Tom Alexandrovich. Why did Benjamin Netanyahu lie? Tom
Alex, the fact that you're so sure about this and it makes you so angry.
Yeah, because I don't want
so much more about your character.
Yeah, I think
that's so much more about your character than anything related.
I'm not a shill. I'm willing to call balls and strikes.
Bring the temperature down here a little bit.
No, I want to raise the temperature up because we're not putting.
And that is exactly how I am. Someone tells me to bring the temperature down, like, no, fuck you. Let's raise the temperature. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Again, where were you when she was talking shit on me? Oh, Candace Owen, griper. All right. Like, she started the shit, and then I experience this all the time, right? Where, again, if someone says he was fucking with her all night, that might be true. I don't know, right? Again, I'm only seeing this 10-minute clip. That's it. That's all I'm seeing. So all of this, take with a grain of salt, because I'm not going to bullshit you that I watched the entire episode. But what I see happen a lot is, this happens with me. For example, in that debate I did with that guy, RTP, like, he brings up, like, oh, Rob, I'm surprised you can get laid. I'm surprised someone would want to marry you, because who the hell could stand to be around you? And then I'm like, are you married? No? Do you have kids? Then why don't you have a wife in the house? Before you accuse me of somehow being inferior because a woman doesn't want to be around. I'm happily married. How about you, motherfucker? Where'd your wife go? Not at home anymore. And then it's like, oh, wait. Oh, you started it. I finished it. Sorry. And I feel that that's sort of what Alex is saying here. Where it's like, fuck you. You started this shit. She knew what she was doing. Oh, it's a griper take. Oh, it's Candace Owens. And so he's like, no, fuck you. And then when other people are like, calm down. And if this is why I asked, if Alex is sort of at least a co-host of this show, then yeah, he's going to be like, fuck you. I'm co-host. Then don't bring me back. Fuck off. Now, again, is this the best way to talk if you're trying to convince people that maybe don't know about this situation, you're trying to bring them to your side? No. Is it a good way to talk if you're trying to get ratings and get viral? Sure. Right? But is it a good way to talk if, you're like, hey, fuck you. You want to treat me like I'm some kind of idiot? Then I'll treat you like you're an idiot. Then you want to treat me like a baby, lower the temperature? Fuck you. No. So I get where he's coming from here. I really do.
No,
because it's 9:30 and it's a Friday, man. I do give a damn.
I'm passionate about this, and I don't want these people out here protecting Jeffrey Epstein. I think it's a big deal.
She's not protecting Jeffrey Epstein.
He didn't have any connection with Mossad. If he didn't have a connection with an intelligence agency,
he didn't work for Mossad.
Obviously, okay. Do you think, Phil?
I think he probably had a lot of connections with that. But in terms
Jeffrey
of who he was
Epstein
close to, the only person he was close to was
or the CIA.
If I understand correctly, he did not have a connection to Mossad or CIA. He had connection to powerful, wealthy people. Now, whether or not that was
former Prime Minister of Israel,
don't we have super chats?
Including the former Prime Minister.
His best friend was at his house all the time.
I swear.
Who's hanging out with the Prime Minister? Who's hanging out with the Prime Minister?
I mean, look, when you're passionate about it, you're passionate. It's 9:30 on a Friday. Calm down. It's like 9:30 on a Friday. That's the time to get fired up, right? But you can see how.
So you're not just Joe Blow.
Take it down.
No, I just get so mad because you guys are just so thick. It's like
just because we don't agree with you, chill
it's
out.
Not that you don't have to agree with me. It's that she's saying that he's hanging out with the Prime Minister, and you're looking at me like I'm crazy because I think that he might work for the government if he's hanging out with the Prime Minister. You're the one gaslighting me. I'm not the crazy.
I'm not gaslighting anyone.
Can't see the forest for the big tree in front of your face.
No, again, this is not gaslighting. This is straight up saying, okay, we don't see things the same way you do. That's generally disagreement around this table.
So, all right, fine. From the perspective of Phil here, I mean, whatever. Hey, well, just calm down. I don't agree with you. Calm it down. Whatever. I mean, I'll tell you right now, from the perspective, I would have been like, yeah, get fired up, man. Fuck yeah. What's your opinion on this? I don't know. I'm just having fun watching these two. Go for it. This is good entertainment. Just keep it so we don't get banned off YouTube and have at her. Yeah.
Is something that we take in stride. This is a very normal thing for people to disagree. Okay, we do not need to go ahead and start screaming at each other like this.
It gets certain people emotional.
I just get emotional because you can't.
No, again, I don't know. Maybe I'm a fucking misogynist. I'm just gonna call it like I see it. Like, this shit aggravates me so much. So she's still talking over, and again, I said Alex shouldn't have been talking over her when she was explaining herself. But let's look what she does and then watch her face.
Disagree, okay? We do not need to go ahead and start screaming at each other like this.
It gets certain people emotional.
Oh, it gets certain people emotional. Okay, fuck you. That's what I would say. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't know anything about this lady. I don't. She might be a perfectly fine lady. But this sort of passive-aggressive bullshit, fuck you. I'm so fucking tired of this gaslighting, and I've dealt with it over and over again, right? Someone will say something stupid or do something, and you're like, yeah, you're a fucking idiot, you're wrong. Oh, you're emotional. You're emotional. And you're a fucking idiot. I'd rather be emotional than a fucking idiot. How about that? You know? But again, I don't know. Again, maybe he was fucking with her all night and she was just reciprocating that. I don't know. But that's a little, you don't think that's a little passive aggressive? You know? And it's she's even interrupting Phil here to get her little jabs in. Okay.
I just get emotional because you can't defend it. Can you defend how Benjamin Netanyahu just lied and said when Tom Alexandrovich just got arrested for doing a pedophile sting in Las Vegas that he wasn't actually arrested? Do you think that's cool that he lied about that, protecting another pedophile?
I think the fact that you tie pedophiles to Israel and not a country.
I didn't do that. The pedophile that works for the cybersecurity division, he's the one that did it. I'm not the one that diddled the kid. He diddled the kid. He happens to work directly for Benjamin Netanyahu. And do you think that's cool that Benjamin Netanyahu lied and said he wasn't arrested?
If Netanyahu lied about some pedophile, then I think that he should be accountable for that lie. But without looking into some sort of accusation that you're leveling at Bibi Netanyahu, who I'm not even a fan of. I can't stand Bibi Netanyahu.
Why are you not a fan of him?
And yet, not for the reasons you aren't.
What do you don't even know the reasons I don't like him. I don't like him because he bombs hospitals with rescue workers who are trying to give aid.
Yeah,
I don't like that.
Yeah, I mean, look, when it comes to Netanyahu, I know the way that the media frames Netanyahu because I've been privy to the way that they framed Trump. And Netanyahu is the same type of figure internationally like Trump was. And so I find myself having to defend this guy that I don't even like because I know that certain things that people are saying about him is not true. But when it comes to the recent thing that just happened with the pedophile, I haven't actually cared enough to look into that, Alex.
To be fair, I don't know the story that Alex is talking about here. I will have to 100% claim I have no idea. So maybe you all know what he's talking about here. But someone pled guilty to sort of underage crimes and was connected to Bibby. I don't know.
So I don't have an answer for you. And if you're telling me that
you don't care about Jeffrey Epstein,
he lied about that,
kids.
No, because I'm busy and I just happen to not have checked the news that day. But if it happens that you're right about that, then
look it up.
But because you get so emotional about that topic, I wouldn't trust you. With other stuff, I would. But because this seems to be the thing,
you're defending Jeffrey Epstein, saying that he doesn't have any connection.
I don't think anybody thinks that I'm.
You know, it's this idea because you got emotional that I won't trust you. I mean, I don't know what to say to that, right? Like, there's plenty of politicians that get emotional on things. There's plenty of commentaries that get emotional about things. I don't think that means you can't trust them, particularly on other issues. I don't know, but regardless.
Defending Jeffrey Epstein.
Well, the idea that there is no room for disagreement, that is something that we don't do.
No, we can disagree. We can disagree 100%. I'm just saying I'm allowed to get a little emotional about it because I feel like I'm getting gaslit.
It's fair if you.
We have registered your emotion.
I
hear you. I'm so sorry you're feeling so emotional about.
I mean, this is what I'm talking about. I'd lose my fucking shit if I was Alex saying, "Oh, we're so sorry that you're emotional." I mean, I don't know what Alex does after this. I don't know. But I would be like, "Fuck you. How's that for emotional, motherfucker?" "Oh, we're so sorry. We validate your emotions here. We register that." I mean, fuck off. It's fucking this gaslighting, just horseshit. I mean, again, I'm not even 100% on Alex's side here. I told you, I don't think there's 100% proof that Jeffrey Epstein was working for Mossad. I think there's room to disagree with that position, right? But this fucking gaslight, oh, you're just so emotional, and we register your emotions. Oh, we see that you have emotions on this. All right. I just now listen, I am a little biased. I like Alex. I know Alex, right? So I'm a little biased on that. And I don't know these people. I know of Phil, but I've never personally interacted with Phil. These ladies, I don't. The third lady with the glasses, she was on the show when I was on. I forget her name. She was perfectly fine. I was there. But I get this shit all the time, and people give me shit, and it's probably true. There's the one dude that's always telling me, Rob, if you would just be more stoic in your debates, you would crush it. You get too emotional. Probably. But then I have other people tell me, yeah, the reason I watch you is because you get fired up. So I don't know. All I could do is be my authentic self. My authentic self is I get a little fucking pissed off and infuriated sometimes, particularly when people are gaslighting me and fucking patronizing me with their bullshit way that they're talking. Yeah, I get a little fired up. So I guess I see a little myself in Alex here. These people are like, "Oh my God, you're so emotional. Oh, it's just your emotions. Oh yes, we register. We see your emotions." I mean, I'm telling you right now, I know what I would do if I was Alex right here. I know what the next words out of my mouth would be. I'd be like, "Fuck you, bitch. How about that for some emotions, motherfucker? Who are you anyways? What's your big fucking contribution? Go fuck yourself." That's what I would be saying. Now, then I probably wouldn't get an invite back to the show. To be clear, but I mean, I don't know. I know how I am. I know that's what I would say. Now, having said that, I'm also the type of dude that you could have a knockdown, drag out, go fuck yourself. And at the end of the day, you're still friends or you're still associates, no problem. I was on there a month and a half ago on this very topic on Trump Epstein. I was on the Crucible Discord, just motherfucking people were like, "I'll beat your fat ass, motherfucker." It's all right. We're all good. No big deal. It's fucking no problem. But I'd be telling these people to eat shit. I'm just telling you.
Hey, I wear my heart on my sleeve. I know.
But
what do you want to say, Jamie? Where do you think Israel fits in all this?
Oh, I don't. That's not my cup of tea.
So you can't have an opinion on it?
I just wonder, like, why you're not so emotional about, like, Sudan or Yemen or something. Where
why the fuck do I give a shit about Sudan and Yemen? I mean, I don't see them bombing hospitals on.
No, what are you talking about? There's literally there's 87,000 children that are being starved right now.
I guess the Palestine, they just are doing such a good marketing campaign that I just can't even pay attention to Sudan because my Telegram feed.
That's the truest thing that you've said this entire time about Israel. Yeah, I think that's what it is because there's just not consistency there.
Well, when you look at our politicians, and 88% of the politicians that are currently in office are all being funded by AIPAC, I think that you could see that it's a little bigger of a threat, AIPAC, than...
It's funny that you talk about AIPAC, but you don't talk about the ones being funded by the Qatar Foundation, and you don't talk about the ones being funded, and you don't talk about the ones being funded by NIAC.
Retarded if you would think that the Qatar has more influence than Israel. I think that you would be slow.
I mean... This argument always amuses me. It is true, right, that there are definitely people that are just hate Israel, and they're going to focus on Israel, and even if another country did something worse, they're going to hyper-focus on Israel. There could be multiple reasons for that, though. One could be they're anti-Semitic, and they hate Jews, or they just hate Israel. It could be that they see more about Israel, so they just know more about the situation. It could be that Israel, unlike those other countries, have a lot of influence in United States politics on both sides of the aisle. It could be because we see anti-hate speech legislation being passed in the United States predominantly against hate speech against Jewish people or Israel. Right? Now, from the perspective of her, yeah, it could be frustrating though. Like if you're someone and all you hear and I've dealt with this, like there were people last night, we had someone come in. Oh, fucking Rob's a Zionist, blah, 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 blah. There are people, if you don't spend every waking moment criticizing Israel, they're like, oh, you're on the payroll for Israel, you're fucking Zionist, blah, 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 blah. So I get that her perspective may be from there, where it's like, oh, listen, I did Tim Pool's show, I did the morning show, they asked me to come back for the evening, and this dude came on, and he was hyper-focused on Israel. Right? And I didn't want to talk about Israel. My invitation to talk about on Tim Pool's show, we were talking about some of the trials against Trump and the election that was going to be coming forth. And so Israel really wasn't my jam that I really felt like talking about. So the morning show was great. You know, we talked about all the shit I wanted to talk about, thought it was very good. They asked me to stay for the evening show. Great. And Liam Cosgrove was the other guest. And it literally just became him and Tim yelling at each other as I sat in between about Israel. And I'm trying to and I talked to Liam before the show. And I brought Liam on my own show afterwards to say his entire piece of what he wanted to say. And, you know, basically what I'm getting from Liam is, you already got the concession, which is Tim's like, yeah, we should stop funding Israel. Great, right? You don't want to oversell. Like, you got the concessions you wanted. Let's move on. Selfishly, because I wanted to talk about other shit. Right? And for that, I had people like David Ick was saying that I was Tim's like Zionist friend wearing a ball cap. For what? Because I didn't want to just sit there and spurg out in Israel for 2.5 hours? But that's the sort of passions that this conversation inflames, right? Where it's like, if you're like, well, yeah, I think Israel did something wrong. It's like, oh, you're an anti-Semite. Oh, here we go. Anti-Semitism. Why don't you say this about Qatar? Why don't you say it about Sudan? But then if you're like, well, you know, okay, I don't know why we have to hyper-focus on Israel. Oh, Zionist. And it's like, from my perspective, fuck Israel, fuck Palestine. We should stop giving money to both sides. We should try our best to have a peaceful resolution. On one hand, is Israel probably going too far? Probably. They probably are. On the other hand, if it was my family and my countrymen that were attacked on October 7th like that, some of them still hostages, some of them murdered on video, I'd be like, fuck you. We're out for blood. Now, as an outsider, can we say, yeah, but that's too much? Maybe. I'll give you an example. A little kid threw sand in my son's eyes yesterday. Now, as an adult, should I throw sand in that kid's eyes? No, that's out of control. And if I did throw sand in that kid's eyes, that's horrible, and I should be held accountable legally for that. But as a father, I wanted to throw fucking sand in that kid's eyes. That's what I wanted to do. As a father, I was irrationally pissed at everyone. It was no one's fault, but I was like, fuck everyone. Everyone's sitting here having a good time while my son's crying. Fuck you. That's how I felt, but it's not their fault. And I understand that. As now we've got away from the situation, and my son's okay, I'm like, okay. That's life. That's what happens. If I had a family member that was killed in 9/11, if my father had been in the tower and been killed, I'd probably be like, make that fucking place a parking lot. Bomb those motherfuckers. But as someone who didn't, I was able to be like, listen, we have to, you can't adapt that mindset. You can't. This is the reason that we don't want people like prosecuting people for crimes that their family was involved in. Like you wouldn't have a prosecutor or a policeman working a case where their family was the victim, because it's hard to be objective when your family's involved. So both things could be true simultaneously, that Israel could be going too far, but I understand why they would, right? For me, it's like, it's part of it's laziness. Part of it's just my non-interventionist principles. But I'm just like, stop funding this shit. Israel's the big dog. They can take care of themselves. If they can't, well then, don't bite off more than you can chew. That's your mistake. But anyways, let's finish out the clip here.
Brian,
I don't think you. Yeah, okay. I think that actually.
So how many?
Actually, if you look at the all you have to do is research it, and all you have to do is go one block.
They funded some colleges, so now that they own.
No, you can't go a block in DC. That's not tainted with Qatari money. You know, Qatari bought the congressional baseball game.
Okay, they donated to a baseball game, but
they didn't donate. They literally have been playing the long game. Qatar is the richest country in the world.
Who has more influence on American politics, Israel or Qatar?
At this point in time, 100% Qatar.
You are
before Obama,
so
Israel.
Stupid. You are literally stupid.
You just don't. It's so sad because you're giving
Libby, you think Qatar has more influence on American politics?
You just have no idea.
Libby, don't jump in for a minute. Let me say something.
You probably have never even heard of the Qatar Foundation.
I don't think you're making a very good argument.
You just don't know, Alex.
You're turning around
because people are so obsessed with AIPAC that's all you hear. Do you even know about NORPAC?
Listen. When you look at the influence at...
Oh, shit, NORPAC? I got my own pack? Let's hear that
again. AIPAC, that's all you hear. Do you even know about NORPAC?
Oh! I got my own pack? NORPAC? Oh, shit! Finally my influence will grow. Yes. Finally. NORPAC confirmed. That's right, baby! Oh, shit. Watch yourselves.
Listen, when you look at the influence that AIPAC has...
Yeah, let's talk about it.
You can try to...
Let's talk about it.
Try to distract me from that influence. Let's
talk about AIPAC. They don't even meet the top 50
in Israel. So obviously,
in terms of spending,
yes,
they spend more money than AIPAC. Yes.
Who's more powerful, Israel or Qatar?
In politics?
Yes.
Right now, Qatar.
Oh my! You think Qatar is more powerful?
Yes, and anybody who really studies this would know that. The only reason that you don't is because you haven't looked into it because everybody talks about AIPAC.
Let's go to super chats.
You're
going to have to agree to disagree.
Super chats. People.
All right. I just got an assignment. A little bit of debate prep. Nice. So I got some shit to do tonight. It's going to be a late night for the Robster. So we're probably going to end at 2 a.m. so that I could do some research for an hour and a half to 2 hours. How's that sound? Great. Well, there you have it. Alex Stein. My boy Alex Stein. Going hard. Watch out for NORPAC. Right? Let's read some super chats. So before we get to super chats, let's finish up on my overarching thoughts on all of this shenanigans. I think I'm more on Alex's side here when it comes to the tone that was set from the beginning of this clip, this passive-aggressive bullshit. And it's clear that Alex is in a room with 4 people that markedly disagree with him on the issue. So to also have this sort of passive-aggressive bullshit, I can understand why he was matching energy and was sort of going hard at them. Totally get that. Makes sense. But, yeah, regardless of what your take is on Alex, I can understand why he's getting pretty pissed off there. I really can. So, let's do some super chats. Unforced Ego, what's up? $10 says Alex Stein, disrespecters will not see God's kingdom. There you have it. Thank you. Always a pleasure, Unforced Ego. Dean Jacobs, $10 says, hi, Rob. Hi. Always great to hear from you, Dean. Unforced Ego, another $10 says, get this ginger biatch off the plane. Ginger! Crisco, $10. Thank you, Crisco says, Alex is yelling for those of us who can't. Blasterbot, $20. Thank you so much, Blasterbot says, not going to lie, it's the same voice my old managers at McDonald's would use to talk to me. I can't stand it, and I'm very biased against her because of it. Yeah, the passive-aggressive shit's grating. It really is. Oh, why are you so emotional? Ugh. Unforced Ego, $10. Says, good morning. I hate HR, ladies. Wouldn't let me say women. Thank you, Unforced Ego. Wagira, $5 says, women always think men should not be emotional, but then claim we don't have emotional intelligence. Hypocrisy will kill society with this shit. Bandit, $2 says, tell her to F off. And Bandit again for $2 says, condescending witch. To Gooch, $10. Thank you, says, what would Brianna Wu say, Rob? Alex, you're so emotional. It's a fire hose of bullshit. Alex, shut up. Something like that. Low Fat, $5 says, just making my tax-deductible donation to Norpec. That's right. Amagad, $5 for the Norpec funds. Oh, thank you so much. I owe a whip song, and then I think I got to make a call real quick. Base Tuchia, $5 as a rare Alex W. My critique was that Alex is a funny entertainer, but he's essentially a grifter that's going to lead anyone who puts faith in him astray. Maybe. All right. I owe one whip song here, so let's do that. Any $20 donation gets a whip song.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more.
Hey guys, I'll be right back. I got to take this call. Enjoy this song. Be right back.
There is only
Sorry about that. It went out real quick. Send the fucking olive jar song. Shall we? Boom. So, the old boss called. Kellen for $10 says, wait, what did Brianna say? I can't believe you didn't understand me. I said it was a fire hose of bullshit for Alex Stein. Still in Gamergate. I know some senators. Progressive Victory Pack. You know. If I chair upgrade, option off the old one. Okay. No, I got a phone call there from my employer, the great Andrew Wilson, just talking about some shit we have coming up. But when the boss calls, you pause the stream and you say, what's up? Even if you are running one of the most influential super PACs in the country, NORPAC, watch out. Get those donos into NORPAC, right? Get them in. NORPAC needs your help. We're trying to influence the world and influence them on NOR-related materials. So I am going to have a hard out at 2 a.m. today. 2 a.m. So we still got a lot of time. That gives us 2 hours and 40 minutes. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You know, we're still going to be here for a while. Whip song never finished. You rotten bastard. Oh, I suppose we'll finish the stupid whip song just because you guys are a great audience.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's Golden.
You cheated a free one out of me, you rotten bastards. Ron Quay, Agent of Chaos, $5.11 says, hope you had a great Labor Day weekend, Rob and chat. Gotta go ride my bike and editing footage now. End the weekend with a NORPAC donation. Thank you, Ron. Much appreciated. Now, I'll remind you, if you're as fed up with the whip song as I've been lately, a $200 donation tonight will end the whip song. We won't have to hear it. Winged Hussar says, what is this song? Please, dear Lord, let's end the whip song for the night. So $200 nation will end the whip song. Mr. B, happy Labor Day, everyone. I'm celebrating by effing working, but happy Labor Day nonetheless. Whoever doesn't super chat after me has the big gahay. Oh, that means gahay? Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I too am working on Labor Day, but my work's easy. I just set my ass and stream. It's good stuff. Will, if you want to call in, let me know, man. We could do that right now. Check your DMs. So for the next part of the show, impromptu, we're going to do a little debate prep for our friend Will, who's got a debate with Ringyald coming up tomorrow. And so, I told him I'd help him out, so we'll do a little debate prep. Amagad, $3.12 says, Team OCD. So for those that don't know, we got people. Team Chaos is always trying to get the super chat goal to be some weird change, like $2.11, and then Team OCD is always trying to even it up to get to an even zero there. Check your BMs as well as your DMs. There you go. Good advice. There you have it, man. Replacing gutters and all that shit. Yeah, that sucks. I got to get my gutters done. That's something I'll have to do. I figure I'll wait until this year's over. Miss paying money to kick duck. I mean, who doesn't? It's been a little while, huh? So, we're waiting on Will. He's going to call in. We'll do a little debate prep. I have no idea what the topic is that he'll be debating. Shouldn't matter. And then, I got a heart out at 2 a.m. tonight. I'm going to do a little work. I love doing work. At least my current work. Other jobs have sucked that I've had, but this job's good. So, looking forward to it. All right. Thoughts on twerking for exercise? I'm against it. Debate is, did Masad kill Epstein? Great. I'll be ready to go for that. So we're stalling for time. Oh, piss. Oh, well. Oh, no. Oh, piss. Can I ask everyone a question? Yeah, Will, sure. Why is it that the easiest platform I've used by a long shot is StreamYard? It's easier than Discord. It's easier than Zoom. And yet so many people are like, I can't use StreamYard. I don't know what it is. Has anyone else tried to use StreamYard? Like, for fuck's sakes. All right, here we go. Now we're going to try to do this through Discord. Now, there's always audio issues on Discord, so we're going to try our best. But I don't know. Here we go. Yeah, the StreamYard link is so easy, it is shocking. But there we go. We'll try it on Discord. Is it because you have to have a YouTube? Is that? I don't know. All right, let's get her fired up here. Oh, piss. Where's the, there we go. Okay. Okay, give me a second here. Oh, shit, that's screwed up. All right, let's try again. All right. Check. Can you guys hear me? Check. Can you hear me? Check. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Check. So what I have to do is mute myself on StreamYard, then send the audio through OBS, through StreamYard, then through Discord. Okay, so you guys can hear me. Great. All right, let's bring up Will. All righty. Maybe. Move to. All right, Will, what's happening?
Hey, buddy. Sorry, I did not know it was going to be that much of a hassle.
It's all right. Where are you debating tomorrow? Because you're aware they'll probably use StreamYard.
Oh, really? Well, then I'll have that done by tomorrow night.
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on where you're debating?
Well, because he gave me the option of either TikTok live or just do it in Discord. So I just said, let's just do it in Discord.
Well, if he told you to do it in Discord, is it just on his show?
I don't know if he's going to stream it or not. I'm assuming so because long story short, I went on his panel a few times because his claim was basically rage bait. So he basically posted a couple of videos of me already debating on him. So,
well,
but
honestly,
I think he's just going to do Discord.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I assumed because it was Ringgold, it would probably be through Sarah's channel, who does StreamYard. But if it's,
so you know who he is, right?
Yep. He's honestly seemed like he's not a terrible debater, and he seemed like, as far as the left-leaning people, more sensible than most of them that I debate. But yes, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So I didn't know if he knew who you were, but I don't know what the robnoerr effect is, but he kept saying that specifically. I was like, what the hell does that even mean?
So he was saying robnoerr effect. Well, let me ask you this: what is the general topic that you'll be debating?
Well, so he basically makes a blanket statement, and he makes 5 points. So basically, I'm addressing two or three of the points, which is Trump tried. So let me give him an order. Trump incites violence. The next one would be Trump tried to uproot democracy, and the other one would be Trump tried to Trump weaponized the DOJ. And honestly, his reasonings for the weaponization of the DOJ and uprooting democracy are basically the same thing. He just changes his statement from Trump told the AG or told Bill Barr to basically lie in the letter to Georgia, and when he didn't want to do it, neither did the deputy attorney general, and that's when he had what's his name, Jeff Clark, write it up, but it never got sent. So, but then he also just says he told Mike Pence to lie in terms of uprooting democracy. So it might just be two topics pretty much.
Okay, so it's going to be sort of alternate electors, that sort of shit is basically the gist of it.
Well, so here, I had to run to the gas station quick because I needed to grab a drink. But here, let me run into my house real quick where I have my computer. And basically, I've never been in a formal debate, so I pretty much just, out of everything I've listened to, I pretty much just wrote down like a 5-minute opening statement for both topics, or pretty much 3 topics, and then since I already know pretty much what his arguments are going to be for the most part, at least the general idea from talking to him for about 15 to 20 minutes, I'm basically steel-manning his argument at the opening of my intro, and then I'm basically, you can call it a whataboutism, but I'm trying to hold his feet to the fire in terms of if he holds the Democrats accountable for something like inciting violence.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so go ahead.
Hang on, just give me 1 second to pull it up here. All right, so do you want me, I can share this to you. If you want to send me an email, I can share it out too. So we're looking at the same thing.
No, you could just put it, you could DM me on Discord, but if you need to, but it's fine. I could listen. No problem.
Okay. So, so basically then I'm just going to read my first opening statement in terms of, if Donald Trump incites violence. So
you're just to be quick. You're basically you're making 2 central topics. One, Trump incites violence, and the other, Trump told Pence to lie. Trump's uprooted democracy.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then from the weaponization of the DOJ perspective, he just says he changes his statement and uses Bill Barr and the deputy attorney general who denied to send the letters out. For weaponizing the DOJ. So basically, for the incites violence, which I've talked to him for the most amount of time that I've had a conversation with him, this is what I've talked to him about. But so do you want me to just read it to you?
Sure.
Okay. So Donald Trump incites violence. So from my understanding, my opponent's view is Donald Trump incites violence. Well, how do we know that? You say it's because of a coincidental time tweet of Trump basically being disappointed in Mike Pence in the regards of the certification of the vote. So this is basically when they first broke in, and then 10 minutes later after they evacuated Pence, Trump said he was disappointed in Pence because he didn't do the right thing. So, and at the time, the rioters had breached the grounds in the Capitol while also chanting "Hang Mike Pence." Now, considering if you're going to make a claim using words like inciting violence, we need to look at the legal definition of incitement of violence to at least see if you have a leg to stand on. So, incitement of violence is defined by the Supreme Court's decision in Brandenburg versus Ohio in 1969, which the definition would be speech that is, and it's a two-parter, so it needs to meet both of these standards. So it would be both directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action, and is likely to incite or produce such action. And to clear, like I said, clear both up. Both of these need to be met for the definition of incitement. So the first question is Donald Trump's tweet incitement to imminent lawless actions? To give the tweet context, this is what it says. Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what he should have done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving the states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth, unquote. Now, I think we can all agree that this doesn't explicitly call for violence nor to encourage the supporters to take immediate action against Pence. So being that the tweet has no language that urges his supporters to engage in illegal behavior or violence, I'd say it fails the first question of determining whether the statement made is an incitement of violence. Now on to question 2, which more aligns with my opponent's argument. Is Trump's tweet likely to produce such action? The answer is no. Trump voicing that he is disappointed in Pence in the tweet on January 6th doesn't indicate that there is an explicit demand for violence or create a clear presence of danger of lawless actions against Pence. While the timing of the tweet might make the situation a bit more complex, the act of tweeting disappointment regarding Pence's actions does not inherently convey a directive for violent behavior, even if it coincided with the chaos unfolding at the Capitol. And to be totally good faith, we also need to assess the previous actions Trump took before January 6th. So on January 3rd, Mark Milley was quoted. The president said, hey, look at this. There's going to be a large amount of protesters here on the 6th. Make sure that you have sufficient National Guard or soldiers to make sure it's a safe event. Also, hey, I don't care who you use, Guard or soldiers, active duty soldiers, do whatever you have to do. Just make sure it's safe. And then the famous quote of peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard at the actual speech, while also a couple days prior, he was offering the mayor of DC 10,000 National Guard, but it was declined because of optics. So another thing I'd like to add, from my understanding, your argument really hinges on the tweet and its timing at 2:24 p.m. on January 6th. If it is the case that this one tweet that Trump tweeted incited violence against Mike Pence, then why would he make the tweet after Pence was evacuated and safe? Another question would be, why was there already calls to hang Mike Pence before January 6th and before Trump's tweeted disappointment that incited the violence? Why would the FBI already be aware of threats against Pence prior to the 6th? What I'm getting at is the presence of the gallows and the chance prior to the tweet indicates that the atmosphere was already tense and potentially dangerous. This suggests that any unrest was not directly caused by the content of Trump's tweet, but rather stemmed from a buildup of emotions and actions taken by some individuals prior to that moment. And lastly, I just want to pose to you a more appropriate hypothetical, which he had posed to me. I'll explain it to you a little bit, Rob. So he was trying to make he was pointing out a hypothetical, which he said, person A is a lady who's in her house, and person B is trying to break in because she's a bitch, and person C is with person B at the door, not engaging in like the physical action of breaking in, but he is just saying, yes, she is a bitch, and he is making the correlation that that is the exact same thing. And he was asking me, why is this disanalogous, whatnot. So basically, I'll explain to you why it's disanalogous, but I want to pose a better hypothetical, and you could say which one's better. So say this is what I would pose to him if I was talking to him. So say you and me are working at the same job. You're person A and I'm person B, and person C is our boss. And person B, which is me, is a kiss ass to the boss and would do anything for him. And me, I hate person A as a coworker, and basically I want to commit violence against them. And on one day of my shift, I basically take off super early to actually go commit that act. Now, before the shift ended, but I had already left, our boss puts out a memo saying that to the whole staff that they are disappointed in you or person A because they didn't do something that they were asked to prior to that day. Now, in my hypothetical, I would assume that you would not blame the boss for his memo, let alone use it as an example of incitement of violence. So then basically just to finish it up, my hypothetical would underscore the argument that expressing disappointment in both cases does not constitute incitement to violence. It demonstrates that the onus of responsibility for violent actions results with the individuals intending to act violently rather than on the leader's comments.
Okay.
So that's pretty much.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't think you're wrong on the hypothetical, and I think you're pretty good on a lot of the facts leading up to this, right? But there are some suggestions that I have. The first is the cadence of what you're reading, your opening statement there, presentation matters. And the cadence of which you're reading it, it sort of jumbles together a little. So take your time and focus on being more conversational. Like me and you're talking right here, you're going to sound much more conversational and less like you're just reading something. Now, I know it's difficult to do, particularly if you're not a streamer or you're not someone that does like public talking a lot or public debating. But I think that because you're giving a large block of information in your opening statement, what happens is people tend to tune out after like a minute and a half. It's almost like information overload. So what you could do as a speaker is make sure that you're inflecting, pausing a little, and making it sound more conversational. That's just a stylistic choice because I know what you're talking about, but I worry if a lot of people that are listening to that, it's going to sound just like, well, it's sort of information overload, and I couldn't really follow it. So that's the first thing. I think, if I'm quite honest, my taking of these sorts of debates is as follows. The taking the debate itself is a loss. So you just arguing this topic's already a loss, right? Because I don't give a shit how we define insurrection. I don't give a shit how we define incitement to violence. Let's take Trump out of it, right? How about something that's sort of an incitement to violence that we've heard left-wing streamers talk? Stochastic terrorism, right? You've heard this term, right? The idea is that like, oh, you're inciting people through your rhetoric to go out and commit these terroristic acts. And so Tucker Carlson's a stochastic terrorism because he talks about being replaced by people from Mexico and illegal immigrants. And then someone goes out and kills people. That's stochastic terrorism, even though Tucker's never said go do anything of the sort. But the rhetoric led to someone believing it and then going out and taking. The problem is the same people that say that shit, they would fall to the exact same definition. So, for example, Vosh says Tucker Carlson's a stochastic terrorism because there's a mass shooting in a grocery store in Butler by someone who believes great replacement theory. But if there's a mass shooter that believes in the transgenocide theory that Vosh implements, is he engaged in stochastic terrorism? And the point is, when you get yourself in a debate and the topic is, no, that's whataboutism. We're just talking about Tucker. I don't want to hear about Vosh. I don't want to hear about Chuck Schumer. I don't want to hear about Nancy Pelosi. So that's what you're going to hear. The real issue here is, okay, you could make a claim that your definition of incitement would include, Trump firing people up. Now, again, the definition you're giving for incitement is a legal definition. So how can we charge someone for incitement to violence? And that's what Brandenburg talks about. But he could easily say, yes, but something could be incitement without meeting the legal definition to be an illegal incitement, right? And so if I'm him, I'm just going to be like, so what? We're not even recommending charging Donald Trump with inciting at this point. We're just saying that his rhetoric was dangerous and predictably led to people taking dangerous actions, right? So be careful of that. Here's how I would put it if I was you. And this is something, it's sort of like questions that lead people into a rabbit hole that they basically can't answer. So the first question I have on these questions of incitement is, does something have to be a lie to be incitement? Right? Because they'll say what made Trump so bad was he was lying. He was lying about the election being stolen. Well, can I incite someone through something that's not a lie? Like, for example, if I tell you, Will, hey, man, guess what? Every day you go to work, you know what? I see the UPS guy come into your wife's bedroom every day for like an hour. And by the way, Will, he's going to be there today, man. He's going to be there, right? Now, my intention could very well be, I happen to not like the UPS man because he throws my package and damages it. So I'm like, oh boy, I'll tell Will this shit, and then Will's going to beat the shit out of him. Good stuff. Is that incitement? Even if what I'm saying is true. I think most people would have to honestly be like, sure, you can incite someone to violence by telling the truth. Okay. So there's two possibilities. He could say no. If he says no, if it's telling the truth, then you could have to be like, well, we'll see. Perhaps more information will come out. That if that's true, that it's not incitement if it's the truth. Then if we find information that later comes out that A, there was election fraud that was significant, or B, that it actually was legally within the purview of Mike Pence to reject these electors, then you admit this wasn't incitement? Now, what he's most likely to say, if he's honest, is, well, no, you could do incitement even if you're telling the truth. Okay, well then what did Donald Trump do that basically every politician on the national stage doesn't do at this point? Right? Everybody's talking. Right now, the entire Democratic platform is basically Trump's Hitler. Is that incitement?
Yep.
Right? Was it incitement when Democrats were saying in the first Trump term, oh my goodness, if we remove Obamacare, people will die? Is that incitement? Right? Because we could easily, this isn't hypothetical. We could see the guy that shot Steve Scalise and tried to kill Republicans at that ball game, that was a guy who believed Bernie Sanders' rhetoric about Obamacare. Was that incitement? Mm-hmm. Now, if it is, and we say that that's something to be avoided, what are we saying? That Bernie Sanders couldn't actually speak what he believed? I may disagree with Bernie Sanders and I may hate Obamacare, but I'll absolutely defend his right to bitch and say removing it would be bad and it would damage people. He has that right. I think it would be absurd to say that he's somehow responsible because some lunatic hears that and goes out and causes harm. Similarly, like, think of what we could say that then would be incitement. Like, for example, we just played that clip of Alex Stein. Alex Stein saying, hey, I think Jeffrey Epstein was connected to Mossad. Alex isn't suggesting anyone go out and take any sort of violent action whatsoever. And yet, if someone does, if someone goes out and attacks like an IDF soldier and says, this is because Epstein worked for Mossad, I heard Alex Stein say it on Timcast. Like, why is that? Why would that be incitement for Alex? Right? And you could go even further than this. Like, if what Trump did was incitement, then what the hell do you call it when Kamala Harris is out there during the election campaign or the 2020 election cycle, and she's saying, good, these protests should continue up to and through and past the election, when we saw that there were riots, when she's pushing for a bail fund. Now, he's going to say that's whataboutism, but that's the point. The point is you're selectively looking at Trump and saying what he said was incitement, ignoring the greater context, and that's where your opening statement comes in. This is a guy that was frustrated, that legitimately thought the election was stolen. Sure, he had people saying, like Bill Barr saying, no, dude, it wasn't. I think that we're going to find out that Bill Barr was full of shit and that he didn't look into this stuff. But regardless, it doesn't matter. It seems as if Trump believed that the election was stolen, and he certainly had people around him suggesting that. And he also had people around him, including someone on his legal team, saying he was perfectly within his legal rights to suggest that Mike Pence not certify the electors. He had people suggesting that. He thought that democracy was being stolen. Doesn't he have a right to do something about it? You might not like what he did, but again, that itself doesn't mean he's subverting democracy. I know that's getting to the second, and it certainly doesn't mean that he's inciting violence. It's selectively applied. That's the point. So Ringyald, for example, he isn't going to say shit, right? Is he talking about the incitements of violence? We see left-wingers, going out and rioting against ICE. Would that mean that every single Democrat that's out there talking about how terrible ICE is and they're rounding up people, they're all inciting violence? And when he says whataboutism, you have to be like, but that's the point. You're still talking about this shit from January 6, 2020. You're still talking about it. That's still what you're on. Now, regardless of what you think legally should have happened and whether or not you think ethically Trump should be criticized, clearly the American people are well aware of what happened and they still voted for Donald Trump. He won the popular vote because they understand the double standard and how this is applied. Chuck Schumer said that Kavanaugh would reap the whirlwind. I mean, think about this, just this one particular instance. We had an almost unprecedented leak of the Dobbs decision that overturned Roe v. Wade. Leakers never been found. But there was a leak. Then all of a sudden we had people protesting before the decision was announced outside of Supreme Court justices' homes, and an assassination attempt against Brett Kavanaugh that came just weeks after Chuck Schumer said that Kavanaugh was going to reap the whirlwind. Is that incitement to violence? Can Ringyald show you where he criticized that incitement? The truth is January 6th was a riot that got out of hand. Could Donald Trump have done more? Possibly, to de-escalate. But Trump also saw predictably what happened was an entire fucking summer of the left engaging in riots while the Democrats just shrugged their shoulders and gaslit everyone about it. And so why is the standard different for him? All of a sudden he has to, in the middle of, from his perspective, he thinks that democracy is being stolen. He thinks that the election was stolen, and this is the last chance. He wants Mike Pence to not certify the electors so that there could be legal challenges that work themselves out through the states. And then we can actually determine whether or not Joe Biden won the election or Donald Trump, and then certify the electors after there's time to decide. That's what he's thinking. In the middle of that, what did you want him to do? Oh, wait. Oh, my gosh. There's violence occurring. No, maybe he should have. But the idea that this was a blatant call to incitement of violence is nonsensical. Could it be that people heard Donald Trump's words and committed violence? Sure. But you could say that about every politician. Hell, I think there's a more direct link to what Democrats say, such as Maxine Waters saying, if you see Republicans, chase them out. So the problem is the offensive arguments you have are the selective application of the term incitement, and how Democrats do it and other Republicans do it all the time. But it's only with Donald Trump. And we look at January 6th like it's this unique, oh my God, it's this horrible thing. And that's just bullshit. Both in a quantitative measure and the amount of times that there was political violence, even in just that year of 2020, the left far outpaces. And as far as qualitative, I would argue that the left outpaces as well. Because what we saw from them was not only did they attack the White House on May 30th, 31st, and injure 40-something Secret Service agents, burn down a temporary guard station, bring lethal weapons, but the fact that the media didn't cover it, and then afterwards, Joe Biden actually made fun of Trump like a week after and said, go back to your bunker.
Yeah, that's actually the funny thing I was going to mention. So I do have that. Basically, I have my opening statements, and then like as I'm writing my opening statement, I'm asking like just basic questions, going online, trying to figure out any type of question that he would ask me. So basically, I have questions to, do an internal critique pretty much. And my first question from that would be, if you disagree with the statement that there are words in the tweet that either Trump urged his supporters to engage in illegal behavior or violence, then why would we not say that any criticism of anyone is meeting the first standard of the Brandenburg test? And then with the
if a Democrat says that there's systemic racism in this country, and then people go out and riot, did the Democrats incite violence?
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Would you agree with me then that would almost be an infringement on someone's freedom of speech?
Of course.
If anything, any criticism that they give is going to be met with criticism of someone committing violence somewhere that has nothing to do with the person and their message, or at least link
from a legal perspective. Now his argument may well be, I'm not talking legally. He might just say, I'm just saying ethically that we need to tone down the rhetoric. Fair enough. Maybe that's the case. But to act like it started with Donald Trump is nonsense. Right?
Exactly.
It didn't. You could say Trump escalated, but that's the issue. We had years and years and years of Democrats controlling so much, or not just Democrats, but establishment politicians controlling the flow of information and narratives, right? And so when someone comes back in a national level and is able to push back on that narrative, all of a sudden we hear about how he's breaking norms. Oh my gosh, what he's doing so bad. Again, not a damn person batted their eyes when a rabid Bernie supporter went out there and committed violence against Republicans. Every time there's violence against Republicans or violence done by a left-winger, we just shrug our shoulders and go, oh, well. But when it's a right-winger, it's, oh, he was incited based on the rhetoric. Hell, we're now at the spot where even when there's left-wingers that commit acts of violence, they're like, it's still Trump's fault. It's still Trump's rhetoric. Yeah. What do you think was going to happen when the Democrats told every minority in this country that the entire country is systemically racist? You don't think that might piss people off and they might get angry?
Yeah.
And yet, I think they absolutely have the right to say that. And I don't put blame on the Democrats that they should be held legally accountable for incitement. The other thing is, now you got to be careful because there's legal terms here that matter, but Section 3 of the 14th Amendment that they tried to use in Colorado to keep Trump off the ballot says that if you engage in an insurrection, but it's basically implying like engaging by inciting, right? And they used the tweet that you're talking about as an example of sort of engaging in or inciting violence, but they also used a bunch of other tweets. One of them was, Mitch McConnell needs to fight. Not like Matt Gaetz. Now, it's clear that what they're doing is they're taking this language that colloquially is used by Democrats all the time and Republicans all the time. We need to fight, right? And they're saying, but when it comes to Donald Trump, that's a call to violence. And they, like you said, they'll say, oh, the timing of it. It was right before these actions. Nonetheless, that's irrelevant. If Trump's intent, we should not judge Trump. You could say, hey, maybe he should have chosen his words a little carefully. But to say that we should judge Trump is somehow morally failing for inciting violence for using rhetoric that basically every mainstream politician uses is nonsensical. Or rather, fine, we'll judge it, but then I want you to go through the following 40 examples and also condemn it. The reason that you're still talking about this from January 6th is because your selective bias here is trying to make it sound like Trump's this unique boogeyman, and he's not. There's a lot of things you could say unique about Trump that you could criticize, but the idea that he uniquely is inciting violence, when we just saw in that summer before that, left-wingers rioting hundreds of times across this country while Democrats made excuses, promoted bail funds, talked about systemic racism, talked about how terrible the death of George Floyd was, et cetera, et cetera. Like, it's nonsense. And like, you can't, this dude won't even be able to tell you much about May 30th and 31st. He won't even be able to tell you.
Guarantee it.
You know, and he'll say, oh, I didn't know. Doesn't that sort of prove your point, though? Right? The fact that it wasn't even really covered, no one batted an eye. Imagine if Trump would have said a week after January 6th, hey, AOC, why don't you crawl back under your table and hide a little more? Imagine if Trump, but that's what Biden said. Biden said about a week after, why don't you go back to your bunker, Trump?
Yeah, I have it. He actually, this is the other question I was going to ask him specifically. So I said, if Trump tweeted during the Capitol breach, Pence should get out of hiding and face the American people instead of saying he didn't do the right thing, would you consider that to be an incitement of violence? If he says yes, I'd be like, so you'd be willing to condemn Joe Biden for inciting violence and posting that ad?
Correct.
And then,
that's exactly right. So if the criticism is Trump's bad like all the other politicians, fair enough. Cool. If you want to say they're all inciting violence, I guess, fine. If that's how you want to expand the definition. Myself, and I think yourself, it's like, look, when we talk about inciting violence, what we mean is that they're intending for people to get violent. And there's no evidence that that's the case with Trump. In fact, he told people to be peaceful, right? Well, then why didn't he send in the National Guard? One, he's not a professional. Second, he had people that were professionals telling him it would be terrible for optics to do that. And if Trump would have overridden them, they would have flipped shit and said, oh my God, Trump's an authoritarian, right? And third, it's like, it's irrelevant anyways. Like, it doesn't prove anything. It doesn't prove that he wanted the violence. He was hyper-focused on the fact he thought the election was being stolen. Now, to get to the other, I will give you a, right, like, go on the offense, though. Let him scream whataboutism. Doesn't matter. That's your point. Your point is, like, you're selectively applying this. That's what this is. It's a selective application, right? You've taken this one politician and, like, get him to say, what is it? You give me uniquely what it is. Give me all the evidence you have that Trump incited violence here. Give me it all, right? And when he says those tweets, whatever word, because he said fight, what about when Democrats said fight like this, and this, right? And when he says, that's whataboutism, it's this unique circumstance. Wasn't that always the case? It's always the case that just uniquely what Trump did is bad. That's it, because he's Trump. Yeah, you're absolutely right. There are literally no two situations in the history of the world that have ever been completely identical. You're right. And how convenient for you? How convenient for you that it's just, when Trump does it, it's that unique set of circumstance. But what we're trying to do here is outline a platform so we could say, look, here are the things we consider incitement. And now it doesn't matter if a Republican or Democrat meets that. We could say, yes, this is wrong. But you can't do that. You have to say what Trump did was wrong, and then you try to mold what your definition of incitement is around that specific situation. That's what's bullshit. So, but yeah, as far as the alternate electors or the Mike Pence thing, yeah, it's from the perspective of Mike
that's mainly what I need. I need some clarification on. I've done a lot of research in terms of like what his statements are to support that claim, but in terms like like when you're explaining about how Donald Trump really did think that he won, I think the burden of proof has to be that they have to show the intent that he knew that he was lying, which even when he brings up the Jeff Clark email, it's like I read through it and it's like he's not even telling them that they need to flip the certification or anything like that. They're basically urging them or recommending that they pull out or call a special sessions to look at all the discrepancies in Georgia specifically.
Right. So what's going on here is with the alternate electors, there's a timing issue, right? So this is what happened in the, who was it? Nixon, JFK, Hawaii alternate electors.
Yeah, 1960.
Right. It's the same thing. What happened was, right, that there's this fear that there are certain benchmarks at certain times. And once the time is gone, right, and the electors have to be selected, that's it. even if you would then 5 days later find, oh, here it is, definitive fraud. There's no recourse. There's no legal mechanism to roll back the election at that point. It's done. All challenges have to be done before those electors are selected. And so because there's a time frame for when the electors have to be submitted before they're officially selected, you send an alternate slate. That way there's a pause. This signifies, wait a minute. Now we need to decide which group of electors we should select. And we can't do that until these legal challenges play out. It's a tactic designed to pause. That's what was going. That's what the Democrats were doing in 1960, right? Because they were like, look, there's this recount going on. And this wasn't controversial in the sense of everybody knew this recount was happening in Hawaii, right? But the problem was, from the Democrat perspective, if the recount showed that Democrats won, which it did show that Democrats won, but if it did and the electors were already submitted and the deadline had passed, it would be irrelevant. That they would say, our hands are tied. We have to accept the only slate of electors we were given. There's no provision that allows us to go back and say, wait a minute, everyone pause. Now we have to go back and choose new electors. So that's why they set an alternate slate. That way it would be sort of a pause. That's what Trump's team's trying to do, right? Now, you could say, well, the courts had spoken, blah, blah, blah. That's fair, right? Trump's team felt that they were not getting a fair shake, that there were court decisions yet to be done in specific states that they wanted to see come to fruition. And once the electors were selected, it would be too late. It wouldn't matter, for example, in Pennsylvania, which this happened, that they ruled that certain ballots were illegal based on the Pennsylvania Constitution. Irrelevant. Once the electors are sworn in, too late. Nothing you can do now. They're not going to year into Biden's presidency say, you know what, actually, let's roll back the election and say Trump won. That's not going to happen.
I do have a question about that because I'm from PA too. So, but my understanding is that is it true that well, I saw that the lower court said that it violated what some article in the or in the Pennsylvania
Constitution, correct, about mail-in ballots. Like, basically, I don't have the specifics, but basically that the Pennsylvania Constitution says that you can't have sort of mail-in voting except for like reasons of being in the military or being medically infirmed, right? And so that was I believe it was the Pennsylvania Superior Court held that, yes, those ballots were illegal. Then the Democrat-controlled Pennsylvania Supreme Court in a 5-2, which there's 5 Democrats, ruled that actually the Constitution allowed it. But these were the sort of challenges that Trump was looking at in various states and other challenges. Now, like, I think that one thing you need to hammer on here is, what if Trump's team actually is able to prove, like, within the next 6 months to a year, actually, wait, here was something that happened. Then what? Who was really subverting democracy then? The people that were like, wait a minute, let's look at this stuff because it hasn't been significantly looked at, right? So just ask that, just say, hypothetically, let's say that in the next 6 months, that Trump's DOJ looks at this and goes, we have actual evidence that there was enough fraud in Pennsylvania that would have flipped that, or Arizona, or, Georgia. Who subverted democracy then? And if the answer is, well, Trump didn't know this, right, but Trump suspected it. Yeah, but a bunch of people told Trump that it was taken care of, it was looked at. People like Bill Barr that lied about looking into all of these. Bullshit. It was Trump's belief, and he has the right to believe that, and he has the right to suggest legal framework. And even if you think that, well, people around Pence's team said that Pence didn't have this power, that may be, but it wasn't cut and dry. This was
wait, can I just mention, because this is one of the questions that I have. If it's so damn cut and dry, then why would they have to pass a new law basically specifying what the job of the vice president is?
They'll say that was just
election?
I agree with you, but they'll say, well, that was just to clarify. It didn't change anything in the law, it just clarified. But the point is, it's not that cut and dry. It's not, right? And so this isn't as if, they want you to believe that, oh, Trump called, what was the dude's name in Georgia, and said, find me the votes. Find me the votes. No, what Trump's saying on that phone call is, I think there are hundreds of thousands of fraudulent votes, and all we have to do is find like 80,000, right?
Yeah.
He's saying, I believe there were hundreds of thousands. He's not saying make it up, right? He believed that the election was stolen, and he has the right to believe that, and he has the right. Now, I don't have to like the alternate elector thing. I don't particularly like it. But he's within his legal rights to suggest this. He is. And it's not attacking democracy. In fact, what he did, first off, I forget the name of it, but there was a Democrat war room type thing. I can't remember it. But you look it up, you'll be able to find this. It was like John Podesta and a bunch of other Democrats that going into the 2020 election We're like, if we don't win, here's what we're going to do. We're going to recommend submitting alternate slate of electors. We're going to recommend that California and other places refuse to certify and say that they need to disband the Electoral College and threaten to secede from the Union. So this was something that Democrats were going to plan to do. We saw.
Wait. Can you just can you give me like just something to type down, that way I can look it up then? Sorry, I hate to stop you when you're on a roll. By the way, you're good. While you're looking it up, I just want to say congratulations on all the wins you're getting, because I've been watching you for probably a little bit over a year now, and I've seen your situation in terms of work slash streaming, and I'm very happy for you. I just wanted to let you know.
Thank you, man. It means a lot. Thank you so much. It really does. I'm glad people were cheering for me.
Dude, like, and by the way, I'm not gonna lie. Every time I get in the damn shower, I am singing the damn whip song.
It affects you. The Transition Integrity Project, the TIP, it's allegedly a nonpartisan organization that was started by Rosa Brooks, who's a Georgetown law professor and former Pentagon official. It was organized under the auspices of Protecting Democracy. It had exercises in June 2020 and had over 100 participants, right? In the most relevant simulation, which was a clear Trump win, that Trump won the Electoral College but lost the popular vote. This mirrored the 2016 election. They convinced the Democratic governors in 2 Trump-won battleground states, Wisconsin and Michigan, to send a pro-Biden slate of electors to Congress, creating competing alternate slates. This led to a constitutional standoff with the House, Democrat-controlled, potentially refusing to certify Trump's electors by declaring Biden the winner, while the Senate, which was Republican-controlled, would have backed Trump. Western states, California, Oregon, and Washington, threatened secession unless reforms like abolishing the Electoral College, granting statehood to D.C. and Puerto Rico, dividing California into multiple states for Senate representation, and mandating Supreme Court justice retirement at age 70 were enacted. The scenario ended in a crisis, street violence, military uncertainty, and no clear resolution by Inauguration Day. Podesta's refusal to concede shocked organizers as they expected a graceful exit. This exercise highlighted how alternate electors could exploit ambiguities in states with divided governments, potentially leading to dual slates sent before Congress for adjudication under the Electoral Count Act of 1877. Legal experts compared it to the disputed 1876 Hayes-Tilden election, where multiple slates from Florida, Louisiana, and South Carolina caused a crisis in a bipartisan commission. Now, he'll say, yeah, but that was just a game. But this was something that clearly people that were connected in Democrat politics were suggesting was a possibility. Yeah. They were even saying that it would lead to street violence. Remember, this was the same bullshit that we saw with the, was it the Time magazine article in, I think it was 2016, about the shadow government, right? A shadowy group, that was organizing protesters, et cetera, if Trump lost or if Trump won in 2020.
Yeah.
So this shit, it was all on the table. And what's more anti-democratic? This, which had no effect, right? What would have happened would have been as followed. Even if the alternate electors been there and Pence refused to certify, it would have went back to the states. The states would even be able to prove their case that Trump won or not. Then, if nothing else, it would have went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court would have said, look, if you can't prove your case, Democrats win. Compare what the effect of that was, which was Joe Biden came into power with basically a mandate, because January 6th and that shit, that he could do whatever he want, up to and including literally pressuring the censorship of people online that questioned the 2020 election.
Yep.
Versus what happened with Trump and the fucking schemes that they had, the anti-democratic schemes, which was the Obama administration basically pushing to say that Russia stole the election for Trump and that Trump was investigated for 4 fucking years about it, which hampered Trump's entire first administration.
Which is my argument against, or at least my counter argument against the uproot of democracy.
What is democracy? What does he mean by democracy? If he says everybody gets a voice, be like, okay, how many people voted for Kamala Harris to be the Democratic candidate in 2024? And when he says, this is what he'll say. He'll say, well, we didn't have a choice. We voted for her to be the VP candidate, and, health issues forced Joe Biden out. And yet, the Democratic Party, the people running it damn well knew that Joe Biden was mentally infirmed And they lied to the voters during the primary, all but ensuring that the incumbent wins the primary, and then pulled the rug afterwards and said, psych! So now you don't get a real vote. Now,
is it a valid? Go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's it.
Oh, well, I was just gonna say, like, oh shoot, I lost my train of thought just because I didn't want to mess you up. So,
it's all right. As far as these, I see someone saying, Trump threatened Pence to certify fake electors, and then the Proud Boys went into the Capitol chanting, hang Mike Pence, and then Trump pardoned them. Trump pardoned everyone because of the mass fucking overkill that it was of going after everyone that was connected to January 6th, including people that came in, that did nonviolence. I could show you over and over and over and over and over again left-wing protests, including from this term, this year, where there's effigies of Trump being hung by the neck, where there are nooses being brought, right? Who were never charged. None of the Democrats went, oh my God, they're chanting evil things about Trump. Trump, literally assassination attempts to him. 59% of Democrats say they could somewhat justify the murder of Donald Trump.
Yep.
And instead, what we're going to hear is they had a gallows, by the way, that couldn't have fucking supported the weight of a 30-year-old, let alone could have actually been used to hang someone. But they're like, they point to that and say, see, so if I could show you a noose from a Democrat protest against Donald Trump, you'd say, oh my God, a noose? Oh my God, they're seriously there to hang Donald Trump? And Democrats just kept up. They didn't say, oh my God, this is horrible. It's horrific. Of course not. I don't give a shit that they pardon people saying hang Mike Pence. I don't give a shit anymore. That ship has sailed. When we saw Democrats attack the White House and almost no one, I think 2 people were charged attacking the White House with Molotov cocktails, etc. And then then Joe Biden afterwards says Trump was hiding in his bunker. Fuck him. Like this performative outrage, they said hang Mike Pence from a group of people that celebrated every time a fucking celebrity made allusions to killing Donald Trump. Fuck them. I don't care. That ship sailed. So, but yeah, that's basically what I got. You know, stylistically, I'll just say this. Don't come across as too stilted and overprepared that you're just like straight up reading things. Try to keep it more conversational and try to make sure that you're like sort of showing the double standard and how these things are applying. Because if you're limited to just looking at this one thing, like how would it be any different than if we said like, did Joe Biden engage in violence? Did he incite violence when he said Trump being moved? And he'd say like, well, yeah, but if you compare that with Trump said, we're not talking about Trump. What about us? What about us? What about us? So, for me, when it comes to these sorts of debates, who suggested this debate, him or you?
Because I was mainly trying to get like someone to debate me, so I was going on the TikTok lives and basically whoever was somewhat, at least 1v1ing people. Sometimes I would DM him, and he actually responded back to me and said, "Yeah, if you want to." So, and it's mainly because I was kind of very disappointed in my performance in terms of trying to get my point out. Like that's why I like you so much, because you're able to make the point so well and like not even have to think about it. Like it just goes off like if a hip hop rapper's freestyling. Pretty much. Like when I saw, just to say, I saw you a few days ago, literally someone said rap god style or something like that, and you just started fucking and I was like, what the?
That's policy debate. Everybody talks like an auctioneer there.
That's crazy.
FW says, if I went into the Capitol chanting hang J.D. Vance and Democrats won the last election, should I get pardoned? I don't know. It'd be weird if you got arrested. Right? When Democrats actually attack Republicans, it's very rare they get arrested. See May 30th, 31st. Do you think if a bunch of Republican voters had stormed the White House with Molotov cocktails and injured 47 Secret Service agents in an attempt to breach the fence at the White House to remove Joe Biden from office, do you think there would have been more than 2 arrests? I do.
And I think it's
the little trick that you all employ is, we're cool with those people basically getting off with impunity. They can do whatever the fuck they want. But had they been arrested, oh my goodness, if they would be pardoned. Fuck you. I don't care. The other thing is, if you sought out this debate, fair enough. But for me, like you saw when I debated Destiny on this sort of stuff, I'm like, sure, I'll debate your definition of insurrection. No problem.
Yeah.
But But then you're going to debate with me the double standard and how it's applied, right? Because you always want to be thinking offense. Where's your offense in this debate? Right? Like,
well, and that's the one thing about the opening statement, like of why I put so much in it, is because I want to be able to at least make the point while I can, and then in the opening discussion, then that's when I would open the questions up in terms of like I even have questions for the weaponization of the DOJ for those specific cases against Trump, like with Bragg and the fraud case, because that's the reason. I mean, I would go on TikTok all the time, and my points would be solid for the cases because I did it so much, and I haven't done it in a while, but I'm trying to use those specifically to hold his feet to the fire in terms of what he thought. So I think I do have a good couple of lining of questionings to basically point out the hypocrisy in his statements, which is why I jumped in there because of, like I said, it was rage bait, and I said to him when I first talked to him, I said, I'm going to make a blanket statement, and the blanket statement was, if you're going to hold Donald Trump to a standard where like you hate him because he incites violence, he uprooted democracy, and he weaponize the DOJ, then if there's big issues of yours, you're also going to have to hold the Democrats to the same standard. And I tried to label it off, and then that's when I get flustered, is when people start throwing out hypotheticals and I can't really correlate the situation, especially with what he said, because like the approach was totally wrong in terms of the messaging. Like the person in his hypothetical is actually with the person, like breaking down the door while Donald Trump made a tweet.
Again, I would just consider this, instead of using a hypothetical that didn't happen, use a real hypothetical, right? If Democrats said hands up, don't shoot, and the people went out and engaged in acts of violence, did they incite violence? Well, hands up, don't shoot ended up being a lie, right? Michael Brown didn't have his hands up.
Yeah.
Eric Holder proved it. So now what? Was that incitement? When we saw the riots in Ferguson, was that incitement to violence by Democrats? They spread a lie, which inflamed passions, which predictably caused violence. Is that incitement?
Yeah.
And if he's like, well, they believed it was true. Okay, Trump believed it was true. Yeah, but people told him. People said hands up, don't shoot, even after Eric Holder's investigation. So,
okay.
But
thank you for giving me that point, because I'm definitely gonna put it down.
So that's why I say, does the truth matter for incitement? I say no. You can incite someone to violence by telling the truth, or you can incite someone to violence by lying. It has to do with your intent. Did you intend for people to get violent? And there's no evidence that Trump intended for people to get violent. So, right.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, that's good.
I will let you go here. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think that's a fundamental definition in terms of his colloquial, or however you say that, definition for incitement of violence, compared to me, where I'm looking at the intent, and him, he's just looking at the actual like a message itself, if it's likely to incite violence.
I think you need to hammer him on his definition of incitement. Like you have to, right? And then you need to start.
Well, he gave it to me. He gave it to me, and it was specifically the second part of the Brandenburg, which is the message likely to? Oh, wait, hang on. Let me go up to it. But is it likely to commit, or likely? Hang on. I just don't want to word it wrong. You know what I mean? So for the definition, is it likely to incite or produce such action? So that's what he gave me his definition for, and
then every single Democrat that says that ICE is a terror organization and removing innocent people, that would be incitement to violence. Everyone that says Trump's a fascist, that would, especially after an assassination attempt, that would be incitement to violence. Everyone that says the country's systemically racist, or cops are killing unarmed black people, that would be incitement to violence. And you'd be like, look, if that's your definition, that you're going to literally say, basically every politician that says, holy shit, our opponents are doing really bad shit, could predictably lead to people saying, we're going to fight back against that, would be incitement to violence, which means that you've basically watered down the word to mean nothing.
Yeah.
Do you, like, for example, could it not be that you right now saying that Donald Trump's a threat to democracy, that if people listen to you, that could spur them to violence? Does that mean you're inciting violence?
Yeah. Yep.
You know. So, all right, man. Will, thank you so much. Good luck too. I'll try to check
I do
that
appreciate it, bro.
at some point. Yeah, no problem, man. Anytime. But yeah, I appreciate it, and I hope this helped. Remember, confidence. Don't have it be too stilted, like you're reading something stylistically, right? And go on the offense. Show. Don't leave him get away with this. What aboutism? All right, like he's going to keep saying that. Be like, no. The point is, your definition that you seem to give me is so broad. Why are you just hyper focused on Trump? Why not focus on the hundreds of other politicians that on a daily basis, based on your definition, are inciting violence?
Yep.
You know, so, all right, man.
I got you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. We'll talk
Thank you
soon.
very much.
Yeah, anytime.
Yep. I'll let you know how it goes.
All right, man. You take it easy. All right. I think I'm back. Yeah, good. Good luck to Will. Hope he does well. Super chats real quick. Landed Manwaring. $10 says, I'm back. Hope y'all had a good Labor Day weekend. I did. Thank you. Well, kind of. My son got sand thrown in his eyes, but Blasterbot for Tree57 says, remember, folks, Tree57 or Austin Hall win. That bastard. Not 2 days ago, Austin Hall was running his mouth. Intel Wild, $5. Says, hey, Chen, I'm not angry at you, just disappointed. Plus, you heard you had a micro hot dog. Those little mini hot dogs, not too shabby. Sometimes you get them with, like, the sauce on them and, like, in a crock pot. Other times, they put, like, the biscuit croissant on them. But elbows down. Member of 3 months says, Rob, check your PMs for corn. Man, there's a lot of blue humor in here tonight. Blasterbot, $20 says, Lazy Chad hasn't hit the goal yet. Just one solution for this. Well, we're beyond the 2-hour mark at this point. Thank you so much, Blasterbot. Always a
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's Covenant.
Oh, bad form. Typing. Another whip song. Oh, boy. Got to finish my point before. What are you talking about? Intel Wild, thank you so much. $10. Always appreciate it. Says, thank you, Rob, for taking the time to help Will out in his debate prep. You remember last Tuesday was my birthday. It shows you actually listen and care about it. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I actually, not to brag, but yeah, of course, I actually do care about my audience. Immensely so. You guys are always incredibly generous to me. So any little thing I could do to help out, a happy birthday wish, helping someone with debate prep, my pleasure, as long as I have time. All right. To a friend of mine that asked a question about AI music. Have I ever had a copyright strike? No. However, I use something called Suno, and I actually paid for the package that claims that I am allowed to use the music created commercially. So I don't know if you didn't pay for that package, if you're possibly running afoul of having an AI music place say, hey, you didn't pay for the license to do that. So to answer your question, I have never had an revenue sharing come up for an AI place or a copyright strike or anything of that nature. But I specifically chose the option and paid that should not be the case. So I just don't know. Oh, and then look at this. Look at this next super chat. My goodness. The great Zachary Gelpy, $20 says, oh man, if I hear that song again, I'll go crazy. Oh shit. Now, before we get to the song again, you see what Zach's doing there? I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the Chad of the Week. The great Zachary Gelpy flawlessly wins the Chad of the Week award last week. What an absolute Chad. My goodness. Great to hear from you, Zachary. I know, I'm so tired of it too, and I'm glad we won't have to.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's sword.
That's right. Norpack could use your money. Bandit says, the whip song's cutting off my voice? No shit. Intel Wild, $5 says Destiny's version would go, where there's a simp, there's a hey, really? We have fun here, don't we? Now, 2 hours, 25 minutes in, we're not at our super chat goal. Womp, womp. I do have something I wanted to show you. I hesitate to do this, but let's see if I can figure this out. I think our channel is amazing. It's really great. My community is, for my money, the best community out there, for real. And I am. You'll never know how appreciative I am. I just, it's absolutely amazing. But I got to be honest. When we fail, and we have failed, my friends. So I'm going to show you here real quick a little picture I took. Give me 1 second. All right. Almost there. Almost there. Give me a second. Keep sending those donos in while we... You can always say that, right? Almost. So I set a goal for me for the month of August, and that was, much to the chagrin of this character, Parker, we were going to try to beat his buddy Dean Withers when it came to YouTube Super Chats. And I am sorry to say, we look at last month, there it was, I was 19th, and Dean was 17th. And I thought, we had a hell of a month. We're going to pass them. We did not. We have lost. We lost to Dean Withers. We came close, but we lost. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, it's unfortunate. But we'll double down. We'll come back with vengeance this month. What do you think about that, Jake Rattlesnake? It's a bummer. There it is. Jake's very disappointed in my performance. So, we're going to get better. We're going to drive past him. By the way, look at this. You know who did beat him? Our boy, Andrew Wilson there at the Crucible. Crushing it. As always. Seems rigged. Well, blame HN. There you go. Now we're talking. So, we, as a community, got to do better. We got to. John Smith, $5. Thank you. Says $3.57 a day is clearly not enough to beat Big Boss Dean. I know. We gotta get more ambitious, but that's all right. I know what's gonna happen. Now we're only here till 2 a.m. today. We're only here till 2 a.m. So, I know that we're going to get to like at least 200% of our goal tonight. I know we can. I know. So, we're about to break 357. I just know it. I know we will. Now, before someone gets all antsy and starts donating whip songs, someone's going to donate $200. I feel it in my bones to end the whip song madness tonight. I know that they'll end it. But before we get to there, let me just say we're 2.5 hours into the show. Normally, what I like to do on this show is make sure I'm giving you 2 to 2.5 hours of actual political debate content, etc., before it gets out of control with the sort of community interactions and people tormenting me and shit. So if you have to leave because you're like, I don't want to see this dude's audience just torment him mercilessly, totally get it. That I understand. So if you're here just to do debate research, shit like that, totally get it. Might I recommend checking out my friend Emmett's channel right now? I'm sure he's going to be talking about some sort of political issue. Not to mention he's a badass. So if you have to leave because you're like, we don't want to hear the fucking whip song or we don't want to hear people torment Rob, totally understand. For the rest of you, I am ready to be tormented and argue with you all and scream at you and all of that shit. Right? So, good luck, Emmett, over there. By the way, Emmett, you may know as the dude that made this awesome thing. Yeah, what a badass. I'm kind of jealous. Mine doesn't move. He just sits there. Joe Boober just sits there. This guy, look at his sword shining. His dinosaur's yelling. He's yelling. Damn. Emmett, crushing it. All right, super chats. Emmett was debating Maryland. Good luck. Tiggle, $20 says, what? Lost to Dean. This requires more whip. Thank you, Tiggle. Appreciate it. Always appreciate the whip song. I'm sad to hear.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's Command.
Oh, thank you, Tiggle. Always appreciate it. And then we have Blasterbot for Tree Minute 7 says, clearly Rob needs an anxiety pen. That's the problem. I don't have my anxiety pen. Yes. Thank you, Blasterbot. Naughty Germ, $5. Now let me see if I think I'm not very up with modern music. And by modern, I mean anything post 1990. But I think that you're going for, and Rob says a hero will pay him. I'm not going to stand here and wait. Something like that. Did I get that right? I don't know. I don't know. I know that I'm not a good singer, but somewhere deep in my head, I'm like, you're wrong. You're awesome. But I know I'm not. I know I'm shit. That guy did. See, Naughty Germ liked it. He thought it was great. Don't quit my day job. Yeah, see? Close enough. Right. My day job's getting harassed by you people. That is my day job. Probably singing poorly helps with that, I would guess. Now, reminder, tomorrow night I'll be taking on swarms of lefties over on Discord there. Should be a lot of fun. I'm also going to be reaching out. I'm going to start a focus at least once a week on Pennsylvania elections going in here in November. There's big elections coming up here in Pennsylvania, a lot having to do with the court. There is like an initiative on the ballot as to whether or not to limit like the terms of the justices. It's sort of hard to explain, but basically if things go one way, then we're going to have a 5-2 majority, Democrat majority on the Pennsylvania Supreme Court until like 2035. If the election goes the other way, then we could start to vote these people out in like 2026, 2027. So it's something I'm going to start pushing for, and I'm going to try to get some of the judges that are candidates on my show to talk. I'll ask you politely not to be demanding whip song while the judicial candidates come on, if you don't mind. If I could just throw that out there. No whip song while I'm talking to the justices. The Great Wade Boggs, $20. Thank you so much, as always. Says, no show's complete without at least one whip from me. Well, that is true. I think that it's very fair to say that Wade's...
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's Lord.
Thank you so much. Always appreciate it, Wade. Always do, for real. Even if it's a brutal annoyance. Well, you know what that means? We've achieved... By the way, we're hemorrhaging viewers now. Goodbye, everyone. Thank you so much. Appreciate you all. Thank you so much. You know what that means, though? Go! Thank you so much. Happy to get to that goal. Mucho appreciated. But as always, onward and upward. You guys are the best. Really, from the bottom of my heart, I really appreciate it. We've met the goal tonight already. Thank you so much. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I'm sorry. I must have misread that. We're only at 36% of our goal. No! No. Terrible. What would I do if I was king of all Robs? What was the first someone asked that? I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know. I wouldn't be a good king. I'd sit in my ass, watch TV. You know? I have little pet peeves if I was king. I wouldn't allow on YouTube, like where they play one commercial that you can't skip that's like 15 seconds, and then they play like the 3-minute commercial next. So when you're driving, you're ready to skip the first commercial, but it's only 15 seconds, so you can't skip it. And then you're like, whatever, I'll just leave the second commercial play through. But instead of being 15 seconds as well, it's like 3 minutes. I would eliminate that. Or you could just pay for the subscription service, but I'm not about to do. Powerball's 1.3 billion. You know, 1.3 billion, that's chump change. Call me when it gets to 2 billion. Isn't that funny how people are? I think it's hilarious. I'm like that. Like, Powerball, man, you win, it's 1.3 billion. Like, when it was 1 billion, I was like, nah, it's not enough. But 1.3 billion, all of a sudden, I'm like, all right, I'm interested. Mama Baby says, Rob, so do we laugh at the outrage from people like Pisco, Wick, Doobie, Counterpoints, many others who made the monster that is Destiny, and now they're upset Maddie has turned on them? Well, I'm going to have to disagree with you on a lot on this. One, did they make Destiny? No, he made them, largely. Secondly, did he turn on them? Why? By allegedly being a sexual deviant? He probably looks at it like, to an extent, they turned on him. He's just being who he's been. You know? Many of those people will come crawling back as soon as they see an advantage. If things shake out in a way that they could get advantaged. You know? There you go. For we know, man wins the Powerball. He's just going to send whip songs every day. low monthly price YouTube Premium. Please! We'd outlaw the shit. So, I mean, I don't know. The Destiny shit, I have no comment. I don't fucking know. You know, it's funny. It's funny watching the people squirm and, like, you know, well, maybe it's not that big a deal, whatever. Like, for me, it's like, I've been pretty consistent in the whole thing. Whatever. I never thought Destiny was an overly moral person. I just didn't give a shit. I didn't care. Right? I debated him. I wasn't trying to be his best friend or any shit like that. But to each their own. But to watch them scramble and make excuses and this, that, and the other, it's fucking hilarious. We went through it with Connor the other day, when Fabian Liberty was sort of smacking him around. By the way, Fabian's going to be joining the channel Wednesday at 10 p.m. And maybe we have actual important shit to talk about. But after that, maybe we will briefly hit on his interaction with Connor. But, you know, I just don't give a shit. Can I give Pisco credit for calling Destiny out? I don't think Pisco necessarily did anything wrong. If I'm quite honest, he seems to make the claim that when he started to believe the allegations against Destiny, he said, "Nope, I'm done." Okay. Now, will he eventually try to crawl back to Destiny? I don't know. I guess not if Destiny keeps getting embroiled in more and more scandals. But what would I do with the $1 billion lottery? I don't know. Probably wouldn't solicit donations anymore and keep doing my channel. That'd be about it. Buy a nice RV. Probably get a nicer house, but not that nice. Probably live in the same area I live. Support a bunch of content creators and people I know in real life that I think are pretty fucking cool. That'd be about it. Try to set my son up, you know, struggle with, do you give your son a bunch of money, or how do you still instill in him, you know, the mentality of hard work and stuff like that? Mikey says, I think if Pisco knew in secret, but it wasn't a public scandal, he'd still be good friends with Destiny. Maybe, but it doesn't seem that's the case. So I don't know how to judge someone based on what I assume would have happened. Move to Thailand, Duplo, and Ladyboys the rest of your short life. You're not going to go with 2 chicks at the same time, right? I don't know. Who knows? Maybe I've become a huge prick. I hope not. But, oh, wow. Look at this. Are we not men? Shots fired at EOD. Calling it now. We won't hit 1357 because EOD's here. Damn. It's brutal. But, you know, honest to goodness, I don't give a shit. Look, at the end of the day, you know, all this shit, you know, like Connor, I find to be the most interesting of all those orbiters because he's not someone that ideologically seemed to have much in common, at least he claimed, with Destiny. And he's called out shit that's similar to what Destiny's being accused of. And so now to watch him fucking, you know, blatantly admit, well, for clout, I have to hang out with Destiny for clout so I can achieve what I want with my channel. Like, to watch someone squirm like that's fucking, it's gross, and it's like a train wreck. You can't take your eyes away. You're like, what the fuck? But, I mean, I just don't give a shit at the end of the day. I assume most of these people, you know, I don't know. I have nothing more to say on it, I guess. There you go. Could buy 285K 1 ounce gold coins at 3,500 when gold goes to 4,000. Made about 15 million in profit. There you go. There's not a bad plan. By the way, never take financial advice from me. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. So, all right, we have a hard 2 o'clock out. What are we doing here? 12:42. We got an hour and 45 minutes left. What do we want to do? Let's see. What's on the old X? I love these memes of this show, The Savant. Have you guys seen this meme framework? It's this. There's this show. It's hilarious. It's called The Savant. It's coming out, I think, on Apple TV. And the whole thing's like, oh, it's this lady that infiltrates radical supremacist groups online. Of course, it's going to be all right-wing white people. Of course, right? But then the meme framework's just like, it's so funny. It's such like a boomer. So like you see memes like this. How is he a white nationalist? He's Mexican. It's good. It's a good format. It is. Good stuff. Hilarious. Do the MyQ 20 questions game online. Oh? What's going on over on the Sarah Tomato panel? I don't even know what's going on. I don't know. Blaster bought $20 says Connor has shown he will sell out his principals for a paltry sum. Meanwhile, Rob has shown to get him to sell out for the Pirates would take a princely sum of 25. That's right. I'll stand behind my Pirates. Listen, it would cost more than $2,500, but that seems to be the same dollar amount that fucking Bob Nutting's willing to put in.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's sword.
Well, at least we haven't had any big whip chains tonight. Yeah, hey, Jen. That's the joke. The joke was Nick Fuentes. Right, that's the joke. That's the joke they're making. You got it. You got it. What do I think about Trump giving Rudy the Medal of Freedom? I'm fine with it. All those medals are a fucking joke at this point. When Barack Obama got the Pulitzer Prize for jack shit, I'm not Pulitzer, the Nobel Peace Prize. That's it. That's the end of that shit. Go to Sarah's channel and see what's going on. I don't know. You don't want to go to that well too many times. I don't know. Then I'll end up wanting to stay till 3, 4 in the morning, and I can't do that because I got to do some research here at 2 a.m. It's 2 a.m. I must be lonely. Oh. There we go. If we reach 50% of the goal, sure. I'll go over to the fucking Sarah channel. So that's $500. That's what? $118. Ryan Spurging out. $118. I'll go over to Sarah's panel for at least a half an hour and smack around some lefties. I don't know. I think, Palantir, scares me. Zionism, I don't know, maybe. I think Vance has the potential to be very good. He might be a plant. I suppose that's true. But teach their own, I guess. Here's what this meme format's really picking up steam. They protest against deportation of illegals to foreign countries, yet wave flags of the same foreign countries at these protests. Interesting. It's funny. It's funny to me. All right. Sorry, I was reading some funny stuff. Intel Wild, $5 says my goal in life's to one day be pronounced the Chad of the week. Well, you'll have your opportunity this Thursday. We got a big show slate lined up here. Tomorrow, big debate in the Discord stuff. Wednesday, we got Fabian Liberty coming on. Thursday, Griftathon. Good stuff. Good stuff. What did Rudy do to deserve the medal? I'll answer you when you tell me what Barack Obama did to deserve the Nobel Peace Prize. And as you struggle to come up with a reason, then I go back to my default answer. None of these medals mean shit because we've belittled them by just throwing them out for things like race. Rudy stuck up for Trump. He radically reduced crime in New York. He was there in New York when 9/11 happened. Those might be shit answers, but they're better than what Obama did to get the Nobel Peace Prize. That's right. That's what Obama did. He was a black Democrat. Has my support for Trump changed at all since he got back in office? No, not really. I mean, yes, but no. Yes, it's changed because I get excited. Then I'm like, oh, yeah, never mind. I had said from the get-go there was probably only a 5% chance that he did anything significant in the issues that I was concerned about, which was outing corruption at these institutions. No, Obama didn't do shit to prevent any wars at all. I suppose I can go into my well of stories that I've been... Do you guys remember this? I remember. These doctors in April of 2020 that were like getting the boot off of all social media. Remember this?
When I look at the basic tenets that we know of microbiology, and I say, do we need to still shelter in place? Our answer is emphatically no. Do we need businesses to be shut down? Emphatically no. Do we need to test them and get them back to work? Yes, we do. The secondary effects that we went over, the child abuse, alcoholism, loss of revenue, all these are, in our opinion, a significantly more detrimental thing to society than a virus that is proven similar in nature to the seasonal flu we have every year. We also need to put measures in place so economic shutdown like this does not happen again. We want to make sure we understand that quarantining the sick is what we do, not quarantining the healthy. We need to make sure if you're gonna dance on someone's constitutional rights, you better have a good reason. You better have a really good scientific reason and not just theory. We're going to work diligently to find a vaccine. And one of the most important things is we need our hospitals back up. We need our furloughed doctors back. We need our nurses back, because when we lift this thing, we're going to need all hands on deck. I know the local hospitals have closed 2 floors. Folks, that's not the situation you want. We're essentially setting ourselves up to have minimal staff, and we're going to have significant disease. That's the wrong combination.
Now, when presented with people that were absolutely right, here's what someone like HN, well, these are clearly right-wingers. They're not impartial. And yet they were right. Right-wing talking points. If by right you mean right talking points, yes, you're right. They are right. It's right-wing. Right-wing talking points be like, we should get hospitals open. We should get people back out there. We shouldn't lock down. Those are right-wing talking points. Totally agree, HN. Totally agree. You're right. Those are right-wing points. Absolutely correct. And that's why Democrats are hemorrhaging support. You're right. They were the party of lockdowns, of shit your pants and be in fear of the virus. Yep. Totally right. More super chats. Blastbot says Trump ended 6 wars, so at least he did something for peace. Now, in fairness, ended 6 wars. Allegedly, he was given credit for helping get peaceful resolutions. But it is hard to say exactly how much his contributions led to ending or if they'll continue to end. But you're right. Intel Wild, $5 says, but does he get the donos you do, Rob? Yes. This metric right here is super chats for the month. So based on that metric, Dean defeated me. So he does get more super chats than me. He said things like government trampling on constitutional rights. This is what all right-wingers were saying. Not all of them. Some right-wingers were shit, but you're right. The people that were saying this were right-wing, and they were correct. Yep. Nope, that's the value of the super chats, not the quantity. I demand a recount. Well, call YouTube. I'm getting messages. Go away, stupid messages. Update your Windows, but go away, bastards. We need $103, and I'll jump over for a little bit on Sarah's panel. Intel Wild, $5 is Rob, 54 shot, 7 dead over the holiday weekend in Chicago. But they don't want extra police or security. Of course. That's probably so many cities in this country. They like the crime. That's right. Who's the best Batman and Superman? Superman, not even close. Christopher Reeves. Best Batman. Now I haven't seen Ben Affleck's Batman. I haven't seen Robert Pattinson's Batman. I would say the guy, I can't remember his name, but the guy that did Batman the Animated Series is probably my favorite. I forget his name, but if you're doing just live action, I'd probably go with Christian Bale, followed by Adam West, followed by Michael Keaton. That's without having seen. I heard Robert Pattinson was pretty good. But Intel Wild, thanks so much. $111. What a fucking legend. Says jump on over. Kevin Conroy. That was the name of the dude. Thank you so much, Intel Wild. Damn. All right. I have no idea what they're talking about over here, but let's do it. Let's jump in. Studio is full. Wow. Won't let me in. I got a full room. Well, shit. Now I look like a big old liar, don't I? Here, just so I don't. There we go. That's going to let me in. Wasn't letting me in there. All right. I have no idea what we're talking about, but we'll try our best.
Period. If a man, and this is my position, this is what I believe in, and this is reality. If a man gets a woman pregnant and she gives birth to that child, he's supposed to take care of that fucking child. And by the same token, if a woman chooses to have sex unprotected and gets pregnant, and that child is not going to cause her any type of medical issues, she should have the baby and take care of it, or give it to someone for adoption that will take care of it. It's like, oh, well, she shouldn't have to have the baby. Well, she shouldn't have been fucking. That's the reality.
Yeah, and having any kind of decision on that is going to be considered philosophy, especially if you're not a man.
Well, I'm just going to say
I'm just going to add one. I just want to respond.
Why would that disqualify you? Doesn't it take a man to actually get a woman pregnant?
Yeah, so what I want to respond.
I get so tired of y'all trying to exclude men from the process of making children until it's time for them to go in their fucking pocket.
Can you make an argument for other?
I'm not doing that. I'm a man, right? I myself, I know many people don't believe this. I happen to be a man myself. I just want to point out. I just want to respond to one thing Angry Man said, which was this claim about society failing to hold women accountable. I ask this. Whenever people say this, accountable to who? Accountable to you, Angry Man? Accountable to God Almighty, who they might not even believe in? Accountable? And why can't accountability include? Hang on. Why can't account? Let me respond. How come accountability can't include having to make the difficult decision to get an abortion or not? Why can't that be part of being held accountable?
It's not accountability.
According to who?
What you just said sounds like a deadbeat. What you just said sounds like a guy saying, well, I'm holding myself accountable because I'm deciding to be.
Yeah, but Angry Man, why is that wrong? No one cares what you think it sounds like. Why is it wrong?
Why is what wrong?
Why is it wrong, the things Ryan just said? Not why. I know you don't like it. Why is it wrong? Can you make an argument?
It's wrong because we have a society, and the society is built up on how we operate and function in a civilized society. And the moment people start deciding they're just going to do whatever the hell they feel like doing because they like it or don't like it, that's when society begins to collapse, which is literally what you're looking at right now, which is literally why we have the issues we have, including a declining birth rate, because everybody's doing what the hell they want to do instead of what we need to do as a society.
But people don't agree what they need to do because those are all morally loaded terms that you haven't justified and you haven't demonstrated.
Necessity is morally loaded.
Necessity is not about morality. We're not talking about morality. That's
you are. You said I ought to do something. What are you talking about?
Hold on. That's cute how y'all like to do that. How y'all like to bring it into a moral conversation.
You said we ought do something. Society ought be a way. That's a fucking moral claim.
Out of necessity.
Yeah, but
well, you know what society ought to. All right. Number one, get rid of casual dating. That's a big issue, I find. Why are you dating if you have zero intentions of getting married? That is stupid. Now you're just wasting everybody's time. Get rid of casual dating. You will also get rid of casual sex in the same process. If we aren't having casual sex, then we're not making a bunch of random babies and not putting women in the position to where they feel the need that they have to decide what they should or shouldn't do. Number three, promote abstinence to our youth and promote keeping it pure and all of those things as much as you possibly can, because the minute you open that gate, the minute you open yourself up to all of these moral dilemmas, again, it's the fuck around and find out. If you put yourself in a bad position, then you're going to put yourself in a position where you have to make a bad decision, and nobody wants to be there. Shitty things happen. Get rid of it. And for the record, robnoerr's backstage, and none of you are, coughing it up. You want him up. You keep saying you want him up here. You know what you have to do. You got to boot someone. Ding dong.
Rob wants to smoke. Bring it on, Mr. Noor.
I want to.
Ryan wants it. And if you boot Ryan to bring up Rob, that's stupid. What are you thinking?
Pathetic.
Ryan, I want to go back to my line of question from earlier because you never provided the symmetry breaker for when bodily autonomy is the justification or not. So there's got to be a greater justification. And you said if I'm getting attacked, now a baby is not attacking you. So why is it okay?
Yeah. So again, hang on. What I was just giving an example of why bodily autonomy is not the end all be all. Like it's not my ultimate value.
Yeah, I agree.
It is a value I hold.
Didn't apply to this circumstance.
Hang on. Okay. I'm trying to map it on. Okay. So I do think bodily autonomy is valuable. I actually value the bodily autonomy to some degree of the child growing inside of the woman as well. I just value it less than the woman who is growing that baby inside of them. I think that's perfectly reasonable. Okay. I think there's no reason not to have like some sort of moral rankings in some cases. I think that's perfectly reasonable.
You haven't provided the
symmetry breaker.
I don't care if you're not satisfied with it. I'm giving you a position.
All you said was if I'm getting attacked, it's not okay. I can violate their autonomy, but the baby isn't attacking you. So why is it okay in this instance? You haven't
Yes, but I brought that. I didn't bring that up as a direct analogy to abortion. I was just I was communicating to you a separate thread. I was communicating to you that bodily autonomy is not my end all be all value. It's not the only. It's not something unimpedable to me. Like I can be someone can convince me to impose on someone's bodily autonomy.
Okay.
Give me an example.
Argument.
Can you give an example?
I did. So this is the example. He's crying about it, but I gave an example of somebody attacking someone, and then I want the police or someone else, or maybe myself, to impede on their bodily autonomy to prevent them from attacking me.
But other than that,
not analogous. Actually, analogous.
Somebody stealing.
Okay.
No, that's not analogous to the baby.
I don't care. I'm not. The point of me bringing that up was not about giving a direct analogy.
Yeah, but I'm trying to understand how you differentiate two things, the bodily autonomy in two situations, and why one is okay to be violated and one is not. And when you give me an example of why it's okay to violate it, it doesn't apply to the baby example. So I need to understand why is it.
So I actually directly answered this when I went back to the baby example.
Pardon me for just a moment, Eli. If you can take over, I have to go check on my daughter. I might be a few minutes. Please, everyone, behave. I have to step away, but please behave. Thank you.
So now you say I value this autonomy of the baby less than the woman. So why is it the case that we would value the person being attacked more than the attacker?
Why would we?
Yeah. Why do we value the autonomy of the attacker less than the person getting attacked?
I mean, because we want a world where people don't get attacked by others randomly.
Okay.
Why should you? Go ahead.
So what if I want a world where babies don't get killed?
Yeah, I think you do want that. That's fine. You can want that. You can vote for people who are going to try to make that happen.
Don't you want that?
I would prefer that, but I would not overriding women's autonomy to not be pregnant.
So let's go down the list here. When you talk about women's autonomy to her body, that wouldn't that also apply to a woman's right to do what she wants even after birth? For example, if a woman doesn't want to take care of a kid because her career is on the line now, and so even after the kid is born, that would impede her bodily autonomy to go out and do what she wants, go date who she wants, sleep with who she wants, bring a man in that she wants, go to work how she wants. Wouldn't that also be impeding her autonomy in that sense?
Yeah, why is that?
And that would be, I would say that's a justified reason to impede someone's bodily autonomy. If there's a baby outside the womb, they've already agreed they've given birth to this child, right? And they're raising it. They can always put it for adoption. There is a way out, right? There is, and so even after it's born, there's still a way to yield this responsibility. I think that should be allowed. But regardless, she is. Yes, I agree. If she starts neglecting the child and lets them starve or something,
But then it seems that there wouldn't be a limiting principle to what you're suggesting once we agree that baby is a human life, correct?
The limiting principle is that it's growing inside of her, Rob. It's growing inside of her. That's the limiting thing.
But it doesn't matter because you haven't.
It doesn't matter to you. It matters to me.
Listen, Ryan, stop spurging out. It's not a good look for you.
I'm sorry. I've just been having this conversation all night.
You're not good in the best of days, let alone when you're spurging out. So
I think I'm doing just fine, Rob.
You haven't given a limiting principle as to why, if it affects a woman's bodily autonomy, what the difference is between the threshold for why it's growing inside her means something outside the scope of even a 1-day-old baby that's outside of her could impede her bodily autonomy even more.
Yeah, again, it might just be a difference in values. I believe that if somebody's growing a human inside of them, and this is just my values. We're almost getting down to like axiomatic stuff. Like I believe that I would be horrified if I was growing someone inside me and I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to go through that process. And somebody said, there's this process, like you can do something to get rid of it, but we're actually banning that procedure because we actually think you should have to go through that. That's not horrifying to me. I don't want to live in that world. If you can be okay with that world, this is what we disagree on. It's fundamental values. And that's fine. That's fine.
But if I can, right? Like you haven't given a distinction as to why, other than something growing inside you, what is it exactly about something growing inside you that makes it? For example, if I could say that a woman could have a baby growing inside her, be 8 months pregnant, and still basically do everything she wants, regardless if she eventually wants that baby or not. But the day that that baby's born, because now the level of care that she has to offer that baby is different, now it's actually affecting her bodily autonomy more the day after it's born. You haven't given me the principle as to why it's okay for her to not care. Her bodily autonomy outweighs the child's when it's in her belly, but it doesn't the day after it's born. You just say
you're giving me a hypothetical scenario where at 8 months pregnant, there's nothing changing about this woman's day-to-day life from when she was not 8 months pregnant.
Well, no, that's not exactly. But there's nothing changes that she can't live with. She thinks that things have to change more the day after.
You clarify what you meant by the 8 months, like nothing.
Yes, for example, let's say that there's a woman who doesn't drink, doesn't smoke weed, that 8 months pregnant can continue to go to her job unimpeded. But the day she has that baby, she doesn't have childcare, and now she can't go to work. And she values going to work above everything else. So her bodily autonomy is limited more the day after the baby's born than when she was 8 months pregnant.
And what's the question?
So the question is, you haven't given me a principle why, if it's just the threshold of violating a woman's bodily autonomy, and in that situation, we can see that that woman has her bodily autonomy violated more after the baby's out. Why can you say it's okay to terminate the life when it's inside the baby? What is it arbitrarily about being inside?
So I don't think it's arbitrary. You keep calling. So you guys have been playing this game all night. I know, Robbie, you just got here, so you only just started playing this game.
What is
but
it?
I'm sure you played it before.
Answer the
But
question.
you guys are playing this game where you assert that it's not that it's some sort of special pleading fallacy or something to say that it's different. That's a different scenario when a baby is literally inside someone and that they are having the moral agency to decide not to keep growing that child. You're like, what's so special about that? I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. That's a very unique scenario. I can't find any other thing in reality that's comparable to growing a child inside of you. I'm not going to find some perfect symmetry to match this to.
But I know
you're not answering his question. You're just saying it's unique. You're not like
I agree. I agree, and I'm
unique.
saying I don't know. I don't. My grounding doesn't go further than this. I don't know what to tell you.
It's because you're
also it's just preference.
Hey, Angry Man's trying to get in.
Yes, it is, and just like your preference is to make her have that baby. Yes.
Okay. I don't know if this is Ryan's argument or not, but the typical logic behind this is that when the baby's inside of her, they're associating the baby as being her. And then when the baby's not inside of her, now all of a sudden it's it's not her.
But that's not going to help. That's
I can consider them two independent moral agents,
See,
and
that's
still
what
value hers over it.
And that's what Ryan's putting the value that he puts, because like what this will come down to is once we agree, you would see if you'll concede this. Even if I could prove to you that that is a human life, for example, I guess I'll just ask you: a woman's 9 months.
A human life. I think it's a human life.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 9 months pregnant. Woman's 9 months pregnant. Can she decide to terminate that baby right then?
He's already said yes.
I answered this earlier, and just to be clear, I will say yes, but I want to clarify that I think it would be a worse world if we prevent women who if we have laws that end up preventing women who absolutely need an abortion at 9 months just because some hypothetical woman somewhere whom I might think is a terrible person decides to opt into an abortion because she thinks it's fun or whatever. I don't think this woman exists, but I know there are women who do have medical risks at 9 months, and I would not want to override that real possibility because of some hypothetical woman that you guys are making.
But again, this isn't about like sort of the actual woman. It's about getting to our like philosophical premise and what our code of morality is. The only thing you've given as a value, you've said, well, there's things other than the woman's bodily autonomy, but the only value you've given to justify ending a human life is this woman's bodily autonomy. So when I get you to admit there are situations where the woman, an individual woman, would say, my bodily autonomy is violated more by this baby after it's born than before it was born, you can't give me a rationale based on your own interpretation why that woman should not be allowed to terminate that baby after it's born. If it's just about the bodily autonomy, you can't.
Yeah, but I keep saying it's not just. It's only about the bodily autonomy because it's growing inside of her, right?
But that's
it's her bodily autonomy not to yield her organs to the child.
Okay, but explain to me, if a woman said, but it's more my bodily autonomy, it's affecting me now because it's outside of my body than inside. Explain.
Give it up for adoption then. I don't care. Give it up for adoption.
Well, so then
he's just going to default the preference.
Okay, two things. One, what if she says?
So are you? You guys are all doing that too. You just outsource it to whatever bullshit God or whatever.
That's not. Again, I haven't mentioned God.
You might not be doing that. That's what ET's doing.
But again, we get to this. We get to this position, right?
You know, I wanted to ask you about something specific, right? So, in that eighth month, the final month, right? That woman actually becomes damn near incapacitated, right? And so, because of that, she's actually not doing much of anything, and there's actually someone else taking care of her and the baby. In fact, when you look at that situation, the morality is that if that other person is not only taking care of her, but also taking care of the baby, then isn't it their decision? Isn't it their decision of bodily autonomy? Isn't it them who's actually taking care of the baby and not her if she's incapacitated?
He's not going to be able to process that.
So wait, I'm sorry. I think I missed the first half of that. You're saying Can you be more? Can you explain it again? I'm sorry. I was trying to follow, but yeah.
Yeah, no problem. So during the last month, actually it's like the last trimester, but primarily that last month, she damn near becomes incapacitated, where she really can't do much of anything. Especially that last week, she ain't doing shit except for shitting. So because of that, there's somebody else taking care of not only her, but also the baby, right? Now that person has autonomy not only over her, but also the baby. Isn't it them who has that autonomy, not her?
At the 8-month point, like, yeah, I mean, technically, like, if some doctor is taking care of them, like, they could resign and let someone else take over.
No, I'm not talking about the doctor. I'm talking about at home while she's not at the hospital during that last month. While she's at home, there's somebody else who comes and brings her food and cleans her ass. Who is that?
Clay.
I guess it could be a husband or housekeeper or something.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but the problem is he's not going to process that because we don't really, as a society, give a shit about men's bodily autonomy. So the thing is, what he's trying to say to you, Ryan, is if the guy is there and she's incapacitated because she's in the final stage and he has to take care of her and by extension the baby as well, isn't that encroaching on his bodily autonomy? Isn't
and if he doesn't want to do that, he can just take her to the hospital, right?
And bear with me for just a moment. Werbs came in early over on the Rumble side and said the consent is given when the woman allows a man to dump his load in her. Fair enough. And to the chat, you have 4 minutes. Now, I didn't make a big goal for you this time, but you got 7 more to go and only 4 minutes to make it happen. You get to decide what we're going to do, whether we're going to shut down or keep going. It's up to you. You have less than 4 minutes now.
The problem is...
Hey, Ryan, real quick. Wait, so you said that the standard is lending, the mother is lending her organs to the baby. So if somebody donates one of their organs to somebody who needs them in order to save their life, do they then have the choice to end that person's life whenever they see fit?
Let's do a better example. Let's say that there's a child who is born and then they need a kidney or something, and the mother is like the perfect match. Do you think the mother is obligated to give that child her kidney?
No, what I'm saying is if the mother does give the child her kidney, no, hold up. But if the mother does give the child her kidney, does she have the right to then end their life?
Of course not.
But that's exactly the argument you're making in this situation.
No, it's not, because once you've had your kidney extracted and given to someone, like you're not going to grab your kidney back from them and put it back in. Like it's like giving birth and then saying you're going to shove them back in and abort them.
Like the super chat just said, the mother consented to giving her organs when she let the dude dump his load. Again, like I told you, you would be making a much more honest
of getting pregnant, and in my worldview, that doesn't mean consent to that whole pregnancy. You might have some value. Right? Means that if you take cum in your pussy, you have to be pregnant for 9 months. I don't put that on people. That's up to you, dude.
No, it's about when you're allowed to kill someone.
I think that what's being lost here is that, right, when you make the claim that your concessions here are absolutely astonishing. You're conceding that it's a human life, and you're conceding that you are for the murder of a human life, that there are things that basically are tantamount to convenience. A woman's bodily autonomy, she finds it inconvenient. She doesn't want, for some reason, it's not her preference to have this baby. Therefore, she's justified in taking the life, a murder of a child, right?
Yes, you're just moral grandstanding, though.
It has nothing to do with moral grandstanding. Like anytime that you say that we should be allowed to take an innocent life, not a life that's done something to justify, like through their free will, harming you, the impetus is on you.
Irrelevant.
It is not irrelevant. The impetus is on you. Okay,
yeah, it might be to you, but I'm not concerned. I don't view it as punishing the child.
Okay,
right? I'm not trying to punish them.
I think we should murder all lefties. You're all fucking scumbags.
Maybe you do. I don't know.
Please, please, right? So, right, who's to say? You're just moral grandstanding if you disagree, right? I think you're a drain.
You can say that. I mean, I think most people
you're loading in the word
that way. I mean, to some degree, I am. I mean, I'm saying this is my moral value is you not murdering me for being a leftist. That's fine. Yeah.
But you can you haven't given any differentiation, right? You've said all you're saying is, well, when it's inside you, it's different. But you can't. You're like, well, it's not just. You're saying that, but you're not articulating why. You're just
the difference is that it's inside you. I don't know. I don't know how else. I don't know how else to articulate. If you don't view that as a difference, that's not my fault. Like I can't.
Shut the fuck up.
Get inside your brain and transform you to understand that.
Shut the fuck up and let me.
Shut the fuck fuck up, Rob. No, you shut the fuck up, bitch. No, I won't. I won't shut the fuck up.
Yeah, so you're going to let me finish the point one way or another.
Yeah, I am.
You're not giving any differentiation other than saying it's different. You aren't talking about why it's materially different. The only thing you've given as to why it's materially different is because it violates a woman's autonomy.
Growing inside of her.
But what about growing inside? What about growing inside? What is the negative of growing inside?
If somebody is growing inside of somebody, I value that person's autonomy to decide not to do that anymore. It's a fundamental value claim. I can't ground it anymore. I can't outsource to some fancy book or whatever. I just believe that in my heart of hearts. That is axiomatic to me. That sounds like a horrifying thing to impose on someone against their will, and I don't want to do that.
It's not axiomatic.
It's literally just ground for disagreement.
It's not axiomatic because we would have to say, what is the value that leads to ultimately? What is the ultimate value that leads to? So you would have to say that. You would have to say bodily autonomy. You have the right to do what you want with your body.
Bodily autonomy in some cases, yes. Bodily autonomy is a value. I can override bodily autonomy in some cases. So.
Okay, so then other than bodily autonomy, what is it? Give me the value.
What do you mean other than bodily?
Other than bodily autonomy, we're saying, right? There's stages that we're saying, right? That's like you have the right to take an innocent life. You agree with that? You're saying we have the right to take this innocent life. Correct?
Yes, sure.
Okay,
yeah.
So you're saying the reason is because it's growing inside the woman. And I'm like, okay, but what is the value that ultimately we're saying? If you had to explain, because we would say bodily autonomy, and one of the biggest violations of bodily autonomy is something is growing inside you. But the ultimate value is that is bodily autonomy, which is why we're allowed to extinguish that life. You're saying, no, it's not just bodily autonomy, it's something else. What is that something else?
I think it is, sorry. It is bodily autonomy, but what I'm saying is the other point when people were bringing up there was a question about bodily autonomy being my ultimate value, but I would override bodily autonomy in some cases, right? That's what I was arguing about. That's why bodily autonomy kept going up earlier. So in terms of it being, I think it might be bodily autonomy. I don't know what other ground floor thing I could point to. I don't know if I have one.
But this is how
I'm willing to let that be the ground floor. Sure.
This is how we test it. For example, if I say stand your ground laws, and you're like, well, what is that? Because they're in your home. You're like, yeah, but why does that give you the right? Because they're in your home. Do you understand the problem with that? You'd be like, you need to have a value set that goes with more than just in your home. Okay, they're in your home. So that means
they're in your home, and they might be a risk to you. So if that's what you're saying, then the child also might be a risk. Yeah. So it requires, sure, that's an entailment of them growing inside you. They might be a risk to you.
It retires more of a value. So here's the problem. The only thing you could give me is bodily autonomy, but you've already conceded that there are situations outside of the birth, right? Once the child's already born, that could reasonably affect the woman's bodily autonomy more. Why shouldn't that woman, based on your same metric, be allowed to extinguish that child then?
Because once the baby's outside the womb, there's better solutions that we can.
Okay, so a woman 7 months pregnant, right? You could force her to have a C-section. Would you recommend that?
Probably not.
Oh, so there's other options. We could force her to have a C-section and put the baby. Why would a woman not go with that option? By the way,
I'm not sure.
But can I give you a hypothetical? Because she'd say, I don't want my progeny to be out there, right? I would rather not have this thought in my head that there's a baby out there that's mine that I'm not associated. So I'd rather it just be. Do you think that's a reasonable belief that a woman could have?
So it sounds like what she would probably be, in that case, she would probably be thinking, I don't want to go through a C-section and deal with that, right?
Okay, but forget about the C-section portion, because to have an abortion, it's also an intrusive operation.
I mean, not nearly as much as a C-section.
Okay, nonetheless, right? You're admitting that part of that rationale could be, I just don't want this baby out there because it would psychologically negatively burden me?
I guess potentially, sure.
Okay, wouldn't adoption do the same thing once the child's born? Couldn't a woman reasonably say the same thing?
Yeah, she might. I don't care.
Okay, so then once more, we're back to the same bodily autonomy argument. So you just say, well, there's better options. When the child's 1 day old.
Once it's born, there's no need for an abortion. Is what I'm. If we're arguing at abortion and we're saying why can't you abort it after it's out? I'm like, well, my whole point this whole time has been that it's growing inside of her.
But no, wait, there's no need for an abortion if the child's 7 months in the baby. There's no need for abortion. There's other procedures. Your argument could be, but that woman might not like that procedure. She could find it more invasive, or it could still be psychologically damaging. Same could be true of forcing a woman or having a woman give up a baby for adoption. If she says, this baby's 1 year old, it doesn't have a personality, biologically, it's the exact same basically as it was the day before when it was still in my belly, I want the baby to be ended. What's the limiting principle for why she shouldn't be able to say that? If she could make the case, today, this baby being alive is infringing more on my bodily autonomy today than it was yesterday. Why shouldn't she be allowed to terminate that baby?
I'm not sure if I have one, but I just don't think this is a really like a very common realistic scenario.
I'll say
I don't know.
It is common. It is common realistic. I think I've already.
Okay, I mean you can assert that, but I just don't. I haven't seen any evidence.
I've already outlined the case why it could affect a woman's bodily autonomy more to have an infant than to have a baby in her stomach. You haven't disagreed, like that's.
Yeah, but I just said she could give it up for adoption without having to do an abortion or whatever.
You could have a C-section without having to terminate when it comes to seven.
Yeah, but do you agree that C-section is more invasive than adoption?
It depends on the way you look at it, right?
Are you kidding me?
Well, it would still hold on. Pardon me, Rob. It would still satisfy the issue without killing someone.
This is the point that I want to make. I can't stay here all night, so I just want to make this point. Ryan, it's fucking grotesque that you're literally advocating for the fucking murder of a fucking innocent child. And when I ask you, like, when we get down to brass tacks and you give me 5 minutes to walk you through it, your explanation literally is, I don't know, I can't really think through, I haven't thought through it that much. Like, if I'm going to advocate for the killing of an innocent person, I'm damn well going to have thought through all the scenarios. But you didn't.
Yeah. So when hang on. So now again, you're moral grandstanding right now. So let me respond. Like you're saying I haven't thought through it. What I'm telling you is I've thought through it a lot, and what I've come to is this moral ground, like where I don't know how to go deeper than this, right? And you haven't offered me a way to go deeper than it, right? And I want to tell you, no one has. I don't have a way to go deeper than this. Maybe someone can recommend me some good philosophy. Why do you guys all have to talk over every time I start speaking? If we can recommend me some good philosophy books to help me like figure out like what my values are here, I'm just telling you these are my moral preferences. I know you have moral preferences about whatever else. We all have moral preferences. I don't know what to tell you. These are my moral preferences. I'm communicating them to you. You don't like them, and that's fine. You don't have to like my moral preferences. I'm just telling you what they are.
According to that, bro.
Please, everyone at once, please.
Hold on. Go ahead, Rob. Rob.
You're making the affirmative claim to extinguish an innocent life. Right? And so when you say, well, I thought through this as best I can, if you have other philosophy, here's the philosophy I'll give you. Before you recommend taking an innocent life, right? You should have to have the reasons why that affirmative is necessary. You don't.
Yeah, and I think I have plenty.
Please stop it. So then that would mean
stop talking down to me like this. Like, and I'm going to interrupt you if you're being a bitch about it.
Ryan, you talk down to everyone. Stop it.
That's not true. I don't, but I will talk down to you right now.
So I can read a couple super chats, and Rob, I'll hand it right back to you. You guys need a little heater break. Trib1 says, for the pro-lifers, can you justify not putting doctors and potential mothers in jail for life or close to it for abortions? How would that look exactly? I am pro-choice, and my argument is personhood.
It's a difficult question.
My position is this: the same laws that protect humans from murder should extend to humans in the womb. So it would look the exact same way.
I think that's a fair response. The other guy saved the stream, sent in a full 50 to complete the dono goal, and says, keep the fucking stream going. Crucible crew represent motherfuckers. Bree sends in 5 just to say hello to everyone. Trib1 says, personhood meaning humans who've earned the rights and protections from government. And to me, human consciousness depends is where that starts and ends.
It's just apply to human. It's just apply to humans. Human rights apply to humans through every stage of their development. It's ageism to say that because they haven't developed to a certain degree that they shouldn't maintain the same human rights that protect every other human from murder.
Yeah, even in the law, it's innocent until proven guilty. So the innocence is protected.
Yeah,
That's
but
fair.
According to Ryan, innocence doesn't matter.
And Bree follows up to say, Ryan, blah, my preferences, blah. All right,
yes.
back to you.
So I'm honest. Hey, let me respond to the super chat. I'm honest that these are my preferences. A lot of people will come on these panels and they'll tell you, no, we've outsourced our preferences. We actually prefer to follow this different set of moral values, and that's their preference, but they won't acknowledge that. They'll act like it's some universal, ethereal, timeless bullshit, but they're just lying to you, or they don't understand what they're saying.
The reason why
you're so emotional.
Please, everyone at once.
Brian, the reason why you can't go any deeper with that logic is because your logic is flawed. If you're number one, you're pushing the agenda or the argument of the woman's bodily autonomy, but you're completely ignoring the bodily autonomy of the life that's growing inside of her.
No, I'm not.
You absolutely are, because if she has,
I literally just said it overrides it. I value it in other contexts. Someone gave me the example of somebody poisoning a mother who wants to have their child, and I said that person's committing a crime because she and that child want to live, and I don't value his right to poison them over both of their lives.
Okay, well, here's the thing: you're arguing the bodily autonomy of the woman, and it's like, okay, well, the woman has the right because it's her body, it's her body, it's her body, right? The baby inside doesn't have a right to anything, that there's no bodily autonomy there.
There is. It just is superseded by the person that they're growing inside of.
If I can't run real quick, because I got to go and I'm going to finish my line of thought here, right? The difference is, like, you say that I'm talking down to you. I want you to just think about this for a second. Say that I come in here and I say, hey, when it comes to lives that aren't humans, like those of animals, we as humans are allowed to use those to benefit our lives. So through, eating meat or using animals to help plow fields and stuff. You don't think that's a grotesque belief, do you, Ryan? Just real quick,
not
yes or no.
But I am sympathetic to some vegan arguments.
Fair enough, right?
Yeah,
so if
I eat meat.
Okay, so if I then say, and by the way, I've researched these phrenologists, and I think black people are less than human. And so therefore, I think that I could exterminate black people. And you would say, whoa, 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 whoa. And I'd say, but Ryan, you already agreed with my philosophical underpinning that if something's less than human, it's okay for humans to kill them or utilize them as they see fit. So we could have slavery, or we could just murder black people. And you would say, Rob, but wait a minute. What is it about black people uniquely? Let's get to the philosophical underpinning why you think that. And my response to you would be, you're talking down to me. Fuck you. I'm going to interrupt. You're talking down to me. You see how ridiculous that sounds?
Well, I would just say phrenology has been debunked by every reasonable scientific entity.
It doesn't matter that phrenology's been
there's no I don't see any good reason to believe. I do see good reason to believe that babies are growing inside of women. I don't see good reason to believe that black people are a different species than
that.
No
but again, it doesn't answer
good reason to believe we shouldn't kill innocent people.
Respond real quick, right? But again, what matters is not your appeal to authority. What matters is we went through your own philosophical underpinnings, and you don't have an answer. So much so that you said, "I don't know. I can't answer this. Can someone give me a better philosophy?" Just like
I gave you. Hang on. No, fuck you. I gave an answer. I said you don't like my answer. If you think there's a deeper answer that you want me to have, then offer me something. I'm giving you my answer.
Finish the point, Ryan. And similarly, let's assume you didn't know about the history of phrenology. If you just heard this and you were like, dude, how? Let me just logically walk you through how fucked up it is to say black people aren't human, right? And if I just said, I haven't gone deeper in the philosophy, I haven't. But if someone has a different philosophy, other than that, you're just morally grandstanding. That's what you're doing. You're suggesting killing innocent lives, and you haven't even thought through these questions. It took me 5 minutes in a one-on-one conversation to prove it. Pretty pathetic.
Yeah, okay, so Rob is rewriting history as he always does at the end of a conversation. It's obviously not what happened here. What happened is he walked through my reasoning for why I accept that women should have the right to abort children who are growing inside of them. I explained my reasoning. I gave a perfectly rational discussion or a justification for why I think that's a difficult decision, by the way, that women should have access to. And then Rob said it was a horrible thing, blah, blah, blah. And then he compared it to phrenology and slavery.
You could not answer. You acknowledged that it could affect a woman's bodily autonomy more once the baby's born, and you couldn't give us a rational argument as to why she should not be allowed to exterminate our baby.
I just said adoption. You could give it for adoption.
All right, you could have a C-section. You could have a C-section instead of an abortion.
That sounds more invasive than adoption.
It doesn't matter if it sounds more invasive. It shouldn't be the woman's choice and her bodily autonomy.
It's her autonomy is to be able to make a decision about whether or not she puts up for adoption.
Okay.
Her autonomy started when she had sex.
Exactly.
I don't understand. That's where you make that decision. If I decide I'm going to cross the street knowing that it's heavy traffic and I could probably die and get hit by a car, that's my own choice making that decision. And then if I get hit by a car for running into fucking traffic and I get hit, it's like, oh, darn, that wasn't supposed to happen. Now what?
Yeah, but Sarah, we would still be
Ryan's arguing.
I gotta go, everyone. Thank you, though. Sarah, thank
Bye,
you.
Rob, this was much better up here. I appreciate you, bro.
No problem. It's a lot of fun. Thanks. All right. I mean, pretty grotesque there by Ryan. I mean, again, he has no... I mean, the argument you usually hear is it's not a human life. Once you concede it's a human life, it's really fucking difficult to argue why you should be allowed to exterminate an innocent human life for convenience. And I've always said, like, I could at least understand the pro-choice rationale. I also, as someone who's libertarian adjacent, value the idea of having control over a body and not wanting the government to tell me what I must do with my body. So I think there are valid concerns from the perspective of the pro-choice side for that. However, I think that we would extend those rights to every human being, including human beings that are in a womb. And the right to living is more important and would be a higher tier to not be killed than your right to not be inconvenienced, right? That's why ultimately I would side to the pro-life side, but I could at least understand the pro-choice side. So for the people that say, like, listen, I think that abortion isn't something to celebrate, it's something that should be safe, legal, and rare. We're talking about abortions in the first trimester with some exceptions, maybe some in the early second. But third trimester, I don't know how you could, with any good conscience whatsoever, defend it. I don't. It's repugnant. It really is. And to hear someone, and I hear this all the time, and it's funny because I'll have Democrats tell me, no one really believes this shit. Oh, bullshit. They do. They believe that you could kill a baby 9 months into a womb. Just like that. I don't feel like it. Fuck it. It's my choice. I mean, it's surreal. It's fucking grotesque. It's an indefensible position that really exemplifies sort of the disgusting nature of the people who believe. I mean that, seriously. Like, I could have different of opinion on people that are left-wing, but this issue and the minor attracted person issue are two that I consider borderline unforgivable. And you can see as soon as I start to push them, well, how do we define bodily autonomy? It's entirely believable. In fact, I know many women who have gotten pregnant. My wife wasn't one of them. My wife had a terrible time when she was pregnant. But I know many women that were like, pregnancy was pretty easy. I could basically do everything I wanted, even while pregnant. Hell, I worked up until like a week or two before I had my child. But man, after the child was here, it really affected my life. I couldn't do all the things I was doing even a week or two prior. Affected my bodily time. I can no longer go to work. And if the only limited principle is, well, the reason that's different is because, quote, it's in your body, but you can't articulate why that's not just leading to bodily autonomy. And when you say, I don't know, I haven't thought deep enough, I have to, like, it's pathetic. And again, this is what I'm talking about. When you're advocating something, it's the same argument I basically had with lockdowns, with the pandemic. Okay, you're telling me that I should be locked down. Prove it. That's a pretty fucking harsh suggestion. So you have to make the case why that should be the case. I don't know. I haven't really thought through it much. That's it. So, all right. I do have to get out at 2. Now, I have some super chat, but, you know, I hope that you can see, I think that's pretty much, I'm assuming my editor, Black Elk, will clip that little exchange with me and Ryan, and you can see spurging out. I understand, like, probably it was a heated exchange throughout the night. The better argument's to say, I don't think it's a human life until whatever time period. And then once we would qualify it as a human life, there are other options other than abortion, right? Such as C-section and adoption. That's a better argument, but Ryan just biting the bullet. It's like, okay, dude. All right, super chats. It's wow, thanks so much. Who donated $111 to send me there. Oh, let's bring up the... And then it says, you can leave if you want. It's all right. I was happy to do it for a while. Nicholas Lewis, I saw you said I missed your super chat. I'm so sorry when I'm in the middle of a debate. I usually don't read them, but much appreciated, Nicholas. $20 says, haven't a lot of time to listen tonight, but I made it just to gift a little. No whips, please. Thank you so much, Nicholas. Always appreciate it, man. Blasterbot, $5 says, Ryan's preference is rather horrifying, to be honest. Yep. It's grotesque. It really is. Intel Wild, $15 says, I'm sorry, Robin Chat. I hang my head in shame. $50 super chat if someone can say where that line is from. Hang my head in shame. Oh, someone got it. Tiggle, $20 says, here, Rob, you deserved money. Well, thank you so much, Tiggle. And $20, what a very specific dono amount. I really...
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day.
Thank you so much, Tiggle. Always appreciate it. Intel, wow, $50. Thanks to our friend, Are We Not Men? My great mod says, he wins. Johnny Cash lyrics. Hangs my head in shame. What song? Blasterbot, $10 says, the thing that flipped me on abortion was people online arguing to me that some people don't develop a personality until they were 2, and they could apply the same logic to Minecraft the Child. They are bad. Yeah, I mean, I've heard this debated. I've heard, for example, you're not a human until you develop language skills. I've heard this argument made. So until you start speaking, and then what's that imply for people that maybe have severe autism or something that are nonverbal and never develop language skills? They're never human? It's a grotesque philosophy. It really is. And we're talking about the most innocent of people, babies, children. Hung my head and cry. Oh, okay. Now, the question that was asked and there wasn't a good response was, is it indefensible to take the life of a human at any stage of development or aging? No, of course not. You trying to stab me with a knife, I could take your life. Of course, I have the right in self-defense to do such. All right, I got to go to the restroom. I'll play a little grifting song for you while I'm at the restroom. Oh, let's see. I'm not going to play it the whole way through, but just something to get. Haven't heard big grifting in a while. How about that? I'll be right back. Promise.
Rob needs money for this transition. So get out your wallet and quit your bitching. Birthday 57 is the dollars he needs, but he will take more cause he is full of greed. Big Clifton, Big Clifton, Big Clifton, Big Clifton.
All right, where are we? Give this man a membership. Yeah, how's Tiggle not have a membership? Hey, Mr. Guy, thanks, man. Yeah, sorry, I got to get out by 2 o'clock, and I had to read super chats and shit, so I said my piece. We'll leave other people have. I didn't want Ryan to say you didn't hear what my response was. I listened. It's a grotesque mindset that he had, but happy to jump on there. Hope that Sarah's channel was pleased with me coming on. Hopefully it helps Sarah out there a little. I think Sarah's one of the best at hosting and moderating debates. It's not easy work. Sucks getting that many people together and herding cats. It's not the most fun thing in the world. Now, all we need is a simple, like $350, and we're basically at our goal tonight. So someone could donate $350. Now, if no membership, I'll play the whip song. I can't donate a membership. So we need $350 roughly. 350, yeah. 352. $362, I think is what we need. Someone will donate $350 and then the rest will take care of itself. Now, why? Why do we need that? Because we're really making a push this month. Really making a push to ensure that this shit doesn't happen again. Ah! Lost to Dean Withers. Of all people. We both advanced, though. You see where we were the month before, 19th, 17th. And I moved up to 13th, but Dean went up to 11th. I love that little edit. So we're going to try our best. There we go. Crucible Crusader gives 5 memberships. Thank you so much. So we're going to really push. We're going to push this month to try to make it a mere 18 whip standard units. Blasterbutt nails it. Do I get a free 10 memberships a month? I don't know about that. Dean Jacobs gives 5 memberships. Thank you. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. So I got a little work for the Crucible to do this fine evening. Be starting around 2 a.m. to a little after 2 a.m. Hopefully ramp that up by 4 a.m. Get some sleep. Take my kid to school. Oh, Achilles. One of my mods getting involved. Thank you so much. $20 says whip song. Fair enough. Whip song it is.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's sword.
That work? Man, it said that's all I have to do. I didn't know that was an option. Can I do that again? Ah, well, there you go. All right. Tickle didn't get one? Oh, piss. I didn't know that. I didn't know I got free memberships to give out. How about that? Well, there you go. We used them already on September 2nd. Nice. Tingle, thanks so much. $20. Thank you, Tingle. Says I didn't get the membership. Fair enough.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's sword.
Nice. Thank you, Kokomo, for the gifted membership. Thank you. Moon lurking in check for all. Moon got a membership. What's up, Moon? Moon's awesome. Hardworking person. Working for the good of sort of online righties. What's up, Abe? Great to hear from you. Now, we did come up with another grift with the whip song. $20 is regular whip song. $50 is bougie whip song. But if someone really wants to be stupid, Achilles, thanks for the gifted membership. For $100, we'll play the bougie whip song and I will try to sing over it. Karaoke style. Now, I know everyone really wants to hear my incredible singing voice. And I suppose if someone really wanted to fuck with me and donate like thousands of dollars to force me to sing that song like 10 times in a row, I guess I'd take the thousands of dollars and say I'm okay with that. Time says, why are people like Ryan allowed to spew their vile on these platforms? I don't know. Why not, I guess. I guess I'd rather hear that that's people that really fucking believe that. And when we're talking to the normies and we're talking about voting preferences, see, here's the deal. Republicans drop the ball in the abortion debate over and over because they don't highlight that people like Ryan exist. And it's a prevalent... The logical extension of the Democrats' talking points on abortion is exactly what Ryan said. Ryan's at least being consistent. Right? Should be between a woman and her doctor. No laws. That's their claim. Okay, that's the logical extension. So let them come on. It's easy to dispense with their bullshit. You want to have someone that's a competent debater there like me to dispense of it, but let the world see how disgusting that mindset is. So I'm sure someday someone will be a super big time annoyance to me by sending me $100 per minute to sing the whip song, but not tonight. Now we are close. By the way, I'm just throwing this out here. We're only like $12 away from 69%. Whoa! I don't know what 69 means, but I know I'm supposed to laugh at it. So, careful, time. But we're close. Oh, goodness gracious. This guy Rob's gonna stay up late doing the work. Boom, 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 boom. Where's Saints at in future streams? Is that what I said? I will. I'll buy a Saints hat and wear it. You mind the Saints? I'm a big Aints fan. Back when the Saints sucked, when was it? Back in like the early 80s, late 70s, when they were the Aints. It's good stuff. Sarah's panel still raging. Looks like I was replaced with a couple people. Ryan, still there. Check in the old X. I don't know why I find this so funny. Here, I'll show you. Someone sent me this. This is good stuff. Here we have Germanic Warrior with Helmet, 1902 by Osmar Schindler. And then the modern equivalent, Chris Christie pouring a bag of M&Ms into an even larger bag of M&Ms, 2006. Good stuff. Guy on Sarah's channel called me a gay mannequin. I don't even know what that means. Who? Radical Coder? Or someone else came on and called me a gay mannequin. Okay. Nice one. That is art, right? I don't even get the insult. You've outed me. I am actually like the movie Mannequin. I was actually born a mannequin. Yes. Sick burn. They got me. Well, that guy's welcome to come debate me anytime they want, whoever it was. Can I send a link here? I don't know if it lets you. I don't have a problem with it, but I don't know if it lets you. They did. They got me. They found my Achilles heel. Shit! How did they know? No! They got me. I'm a gay mannequin. Mod scan? Well, there you go. All right. I don't even know the rules on my own channel, if I'm honest with you. All right. We have 7 minutes left. Can we get to... Now, here's some milestones to get to. For $12, we'll get to 69%. Oh! And if we get to $714, that's 200% of the normal goal. Bert wants to set up the debate. Gay mannequin debate. I don't know, man. Am I good enough? So I remind you all, tomorrow night at 10 p.m., I will be doing a debate, I guess, like sort of a Discord invasion on Politics Discord channel, where a bunch of lefties will be coming on to argue with me. So that should be fun. Looking forward to that. So stay tuned for that. That'll be around 10 p.m. Eastern time. We'll smack around some lefties. Should be good. All night long. And then Wednesday, Fabian Liberty's coming on at 10 p.m. Eastern. Thursday will be the Griftathon. And Friday, we'll probably do some more panels. Right? We'll jump on verbal combat and stuff like that. Should be some good stuff. Oh, man. I gotta wake up. I got fucking work to do here for the next 2 hours. Other than streaming. We will make the lefties cry. It'll be good stuff. So, $12 donation gets us to 69%. Oh. And then from there, like a $25 donation on top of that will get us to 200% of our original goal. I don't know. I don't think it's happening. I don't think we're going to make it to the goal of $1,000 tonight. You know who's smiling? We've beaten Austin Hall, right? Austin Hall's like, damn, he got to 357. I can't believe every 2 days ago he makes that claim. What a bastard. But here's still, you know who's smiling? Dean Withers. He's like, oh, Rob couldn't get to the goal tonight? He couldn't get to that goal of $1,000? Oh, yeah, baby. I'm going to win again. This is what Parker was thinking earlier in the night, right? When it looked like maybe I'd get to the goal. He didn't like that. But now, Parker and Dean are celebrating. Now they're pleased. Thanks, Black Loin. I see it. Labor Day protest. Got it. Thanks, James. Appreciate it. Have ever tried holding my breath while walking fast? It's hard. I believe it. I believe it. I have enough trouble holding my breath or walking, let alone doing both at the same time. My goodness. Who was it? Who called me a gay mannequin? Oh, man. I just don't know. No problem, Black Irish Wolf. I just don't know how I ever come back from that. I just don't know. 5 minutes left to get 322 bucks. Thank you, Are We Not Man? Shooting for the moon here tonight. Damn right. Simon will send 322 bucks. That's all right. You guys are incredibly generous. Thank you so much for everything you guys do for me. It's amazing. I hope I'm making you all proud. Jumping into debates and advocating for positions and things and that. Yep, I got you, Black Irish Wolf. I see it. Yep. I have school tomorrow, and this stream is interesting. Well, Fortnite. You know? Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Make sure you get some sleep, though. You won't be like me. I'm rarely getting sleep anymore. I'm tired throughout the day. Gotta start getting more sleep. Don't worry. We'll get a schedule shit figured out. Yeah, man. I got to go at 2 a.m. The boss called. I got research to do tonight. A priority. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to end at 2, and we're going to get that research done. Probably take me about 2 hours. So I could do it on stream hypothetically, but I choose not to. I do better research when I'm just thinking by myself. Contexto. Make chat play to pay to play. Thanks, Susan Griffith. Yeah, I really, believe it or not, I still had fun talking to Marilyn, as insane as it was. So can I, right before we leave, you guys have been great, but I'm going to make one final push for donations here in the last 2 minutes. We're not going to get to $1,000. That's okay. Can we get to $714? That's $357 times 2. $714. That's doable, right? 22 and 14. $36. Thanks, James. I appreciate it. Similar to Wordle? Okay. Can we do it? Can we get $36? It'd be nice. It's not the end of the world if I don't get it. But it would be nice. I would say, whoa, oh my goodness, whoa. Ah, that's what I would say. Oh, Tiggle says, maybe. Oh, thank you, Tiggle, for the $2. And then the great John Kell becomes a member for 7 months. What a Chad. Oh, we're at 680. I'd go, whoa, wait, what? Whoa, we did it. Ah! That's what I'd do if we made it to 714. Oh, John Kell, $20. Amazing, John. Thank you so much. Takes us right to 70%. We're close now, only $14 away. $20 donation, you know what that means.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's war.
Oh, snap. Look at this. Whoa! 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 Holy cow. Look at this. Susan Griffith, $5 says, just got back from Spokane, so I can't do too much, but you're saying thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And then our man Tiggle, $20. Unbelievable.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip,
Thank you so much, Tiggle. Gives another $20 and says, well, unbelievable. 75% of the goal. Holy shit. You guys are amazing. That's it. I think our time's come to an end tonight. Unless someone's throwing more money out real quick. But I do have research to do tonight. I can't thank you all enough. Just truly amazing, the support I get. I know that I say this a lot, but it is true. There are a lot of things going on in the background that I think my channel is going to be very excited to see. Because I'm a member of the Crucible, I can't really discuss the projects that the Crucible is working on. All I could say is that it is very much going to impact the Crucible in positive ways, my channel in positive ways. And so I am so excited. It's going to include doing in real life events. It's going to include working with bigger content creators. So I'm very excited, and I think you will be as well. So the truth is I am researching how to hide being a gay mannequin. I have to go talk to my gay mannequin friends and see what we could do to go back to the drawing board. It's not working. It's not working. Damn it. So thank you guys. I really appreciate the support. Tomorrow night, 10 p.m. Well, noon, we'll try to do the call-in show again. So check that one out, noon to 2. Also, some of you donators who are amazing. Day shift slacking. They don't donate for shit compared to night shift. I mean, they're still incredibly generous, but night shift's blown them out of the water. Like, if we're honest, it's a drubbing. At this point, it's a drubbing. Night shift, just drubbing. Day shift's got more to say about, like, Buc-ee's and different gas stations and Texas barbecue, but night shift drubbing with the donations. But I do want to give a thanks to my editor, Black Elk. I want to give a thanks to Zen's Forehead, Achilles, EOD, and Are We Not Men, my 4 awesome mods. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone that donated money tonight. You guys are amazing. I really appreciate it. Thank you to Sarah for letting me on the panel and everyone that was debating over there. And thank you to everyone that participated by giving a thumbs up, a subscription, communicating in the chat, or just watching. We appreciate all of you. We really do. So good luck to Will there, I believe that was his name, who is going to be doing the debate tomorrow that we helped prep here tonight. So Will, crush it tomorrow. I hope you do. The rest of you, I'm going to be rating the great Emmett. Please stick around. Give him a sub. Give him a thumbs up. It'd mean the world. So Emmett's a great dude. You may know him from the guy that created this for our friend Blasterbot. Oh! I think you can actually inquire about getting your own pixel art made. He does it as an artist. So Tiggle, $2 says, say my name, Rob. Tiggle Biddy. You feel better? Thank you for the $2. So, all right. Enjoy this raid over there. You guys are the best. We'll see you all tomorrow around noon. I'm going to go do research for the next 2 hours and then get some much needed sleep. Thank you so much, everyone. As always, have a good one.